We are in session for the October 17th meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. And I'm looking at revision 1, which I think is the most recent. And we have the first item on the agenda is the administrative approval of renewal of marijuana licenses. Sofa King Medicinal Wellness Product, Nanette.
Wording, it is a mouthful
It
sometimes.
doesn't say Nanette.
Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Sofa King has applied to renew their retail marijuana store license. Everything is in order with the application and all the departments have recommended approval.
Okay. Well, in that case, consider that approved.
Great, thank you.
The next item we have, as always, is public comment. And I will start by stating that we have a written public comment that was sent in to us that I'm not going to read today from Mayor Fiorino, Paul Fiorino from Brookvale, and it's regarding a lot of information about Mr. Wilson Edward Sisti, who was one of the people, it was one of the proposals for the name change to Mount Blue Sky, which was not chosen, and I'm not going to read it all into the record, but I just want to acknowledge that we received it, and this will be in the public record and added to it.
Correct. Thank you.
Anything else to say there, Peter? Okay. Any other public comment in the room to start?
Dr. Hunanen.
Dr. Hunanen, please.
Yes, I have a PhD and a master's degree from the College of.
Can you come up here to the
Cincinnati. Yes, and I am an environmental health scientist with 50+ years experience, and I'm here to let you know I'm sick of the truck traffic. But first of all, I want to tell you who I am. I just said I have a master's degree, a PhD, 50 years experience in environmental health, all of it in public health. I never worked for a company. I defended workers and citizens. I'm 75 years old. I've spent my health. Let me tell you what I'm not. I'm not a dangerous person.
Miss Hunanen, just one second. I just want to let you know that we usually confine these to 3 minutes. So if you
3 minutes. Okay, I asked to be on the agenda. I have very serious information. I will respect your 3 minutes, and I want to be on the agenda next time. I am not here to talk about.
I can't, excuse me. I can't guarantee it'll be next time, but we'll work with staff and communicate.
I've been working for 9 years to try to control this noise on the interstate. It has a serious impact on me and a lot of people, health and well-being. I am not, when I moved to Georgetown, I have an FBI file. It's 2,400 pages long. I've never been arrested. I've never been involved in violence, and I've never threatened anybody. I moved to Georgetown. The FBI calls Janet Klaus.
If you could please address, if you could just address the chair,
the mayor of Georgetown, and tells her that I am a dangerous person and I need to be watched because the I-70 is a military highway. And I have been treated and abused and condescended by town law enforcement, county law enforcement, and state law enforcement. And I'm here to be respected. I'm a stellar resource in this community. You don't want to hear, I'm telling you, you got to have a public hearing. You got to get control on those trucks. I've got documented scientific information. And I'm a resource, and I don't want to be condescended to, and I do not want to wait more months to get this information on the record, sir.
Okay. And I would ask you to communicate with staff regarding any future agenda item.
Okay, noise, we're talking about noise that disrupts the natural rhythm of life. Noise pollution is the most serious pollution problem in this country. People in Georgetown are fed up. We're disgusted. We're tired. Our health and well-being is being impacted by this truck noise. They're vigilantes. They've shown a powerful spotlight into my bedroom at 2:30 in the morning to traumatize me. They did. Dispatch ignores me. Then they send somebody to my house to do an investigation of my brain. Are you kidding me? Dispatch never logged. Now we've got vigilante truck drivers that come by here at 2:30, 2:15 in the morning. They follow each other. They're as loud as they can be, and it's all intentional. I'm not making it up. Georgetown knows it's intentional. We're tired of it. For 9 years, I've been trying to get this stopped, and I have been abused by the town, by the county, and by the state. And I'm tired of it because there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not a dangerous person. The FBI called me a prolific activist, and that's exactly what I am, a prolific activist.
Thank
And
you.
I want to be on the agenda and I want to be respected.
Well, we'll ask you to work with staff on that. The 3 minutes is up. Thanks. Do we have any other public comment from within the room? Anybody outside the room?
No hands are raised.
No hands are raised. Okay, the next item on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Sean, you want to go first or?
Yeah, I don't think I really have anything. Well, one thing that's maybe for both of you and for EMS. The ambulance ground licensing task force put forth some proposed new regulations. The state is taking over the licensing of ground ambulances now. We're the last state in the country to have the state doing that instead of the local communities. And there was a enormous backlash from the medical community because it appears, I mean, the regulations went from 8 pages to 50 pages. And there was a lot of concern that local communities and districts wouldn't be able to meet the new requirements. So at the SEMTEC meeting last week, we actually took no action and put it back on the state to give it another look. So I think that's I think there's going to be an informational session at the CCI Winter Conference later next month. I think it's the 26th or 27th. So I think that's all it's about.
Like that sounds kind of like growing pains coming into the 21st century and trying to figure out how to do it. George?
Handful of things. First up, just to have it on the record regarding the truck noise. Those complaints were first brought to us, well, not first brought to us, but were brought to us a couple years ago. I think to you, Randy, I know you know this. I'm just stating it for the record. This board decided to implement an ordinance making that illegal per local law. It already had been illegal per state law. At the time, it was communicated to us that enforcement of noise violation and the use of engine brakes on, I almost said Floyd Hill, on Plume Hill is a very hard to enforce issue. We were told by the sheriff's office not to expect anything close to complete enforcement. But I do believe that this board has done at this point what it can to address that issue. And I would welcome any information. The public commenter stated that they had data. I love to see data. I would welcome that data being provided to us and placed on the record. And, you know, having worked in Georgetown and spent a lot of time in Georgetown, I know it's a huge issue. And I would also bring up very constant, persistent brake burning smell and the impacts associated with that as another big issue. It's one of very many that local governments, state governments really struggle to get their arms around across the country, I believe.
I have no idea.
So
Neighbors.
I just want to acknowledge that we know that this issue is real, and I believe we've done what we can to address it.
Okay.
Second, I just want to state that I would like for us to do, last year our board retreat happened maybe 4 months into the year. In April, and I would like for us, given that this will be the last year that this board is here, to have a board retreat scheduled in January. I'm open to scheduling that today. I'm open to scheduling that in our next meeting. But I would love for us to get that on the calendar so that our board can set our goals for our final year together and make in time to make some serious progress. I think there's a lot of fun work. The next one is an update on Jonathan Kane with the city of Idaho Springs is preparing a grant that I would like to see Clear Creek County support. this grant will, at right now, it is going to try to provide funding to purchase price commitments in the development on the old football field, the 4 Points development, as well as contribute to the capital costs for the construction of the new childcare center in building 103. If we do secure that grant, there's no match. No match would be asked of Clear Creek County. If we do secure that grant, it would be another huge win for this community to get, both of those projects, help them proceed. And in the case of the housing development, help them be as good for the community as possible.
What's the source?
The source is, I can't remember the name of the program, but it's through OEdit. I believe it's using ARPA funds. And they're looking for shovel-ready projects, and we have two. I know Amy knows about this and is talking to John about it. I just wanted to make sure the board is aware that a request for support is coming.
Isn't it due tomorrow or the next day?
I don't know.
I'm sure that's what the email said.
So
That's a different grant.
Oh,
That's
really?
pretty sure. Are you talking about the email I forwarded you yesterday?
Yeah. Because I thought it was also from Minot Springs.
There is another grant that we got asked to get a letter of support for. This comes through from Carrie Major of the Clear Creek Watershed Forest and Forest Health Partnership. Timberline Fire Protection District and Clear Creek Fire Authority are applying for funding to purchase a wood chipper and cover half of the salary for a full-time community risk reduction staff member. That's the fire authority piece of it. We've just been asked to provide a letter of support. I would love for this board to ask staff to do that.
You already provided a letter to Jeremy earlier, specific to the halftime person, but this must be a different.
This is, I believe this would cover the other half of that person's time. There's an example letter that was sent by the Clear Creek Partnership. I'm told it would be helpful for Clear Creek County itself to submit a very similar letter. In fact, I would encourage staff to largely lift the language from that letter. If the board is okay with that.
Okay,
Okay. Next,
what do we need to do to? Is that imminent? That we
The second one's
decide?
imminent. I just need to go up and get that one done.
Okay. You don't need anything from us for that to be able to,
consent.
A head nod.
but it's not on the,
You're
yeah,
right, just a head nod.
okay, I support.
Next, want to report back to you our two bill proposals that we made it to CCI. I asked for them to be put on table 2 because early we did a straw poll on those two concepts in the process, and it was pretty clear that they weren't going to become a priority. Both of those motions failed. Those bills will not be moving forward at CCI, neither of them.
Was one of them the statewide shooting
Yes.
restriction? Oh, shit.
The shooting restriction bill may or may not be introduced. We have yet to find a Senate sponsor that we believe can get the job done.
Mhm.
And so the other bill is related to enabling counties the ability to propose occupational taxes. I don't know if that bill will be introduced or not. A bill will very likely be introduced that would reclassify short-term rentals as commercial. The initial calculation that I made with support from staff shows that could be $1 million additional to our general fund if every licensed short-term rental was reclassified into lodging, actually not commercial lodging, slightly lower assessment rate. I'm very excited about that
And
bill.
the big difference is an increase in property taxes.
Yes. And I'm thinking, and I seek your feedback, I'm thinking that that bill is meaningful enough for us and will be hard enough to pass that maybe that becomes our top priority in terms of the various concepts that are out there regarding, revenue relief for counties. So happy to hear your feedback if you have any.
Is that all your? Oh, well, on that particular item, we kicked that around that they need to be, short-term rentals are acting in a commercial manner. They should be treated as commercially. The catch, of course, is that you're looking at using it involves then spot zoning, effectively rezoning and taxing them at that level. So as long as the bill allows a way that it's a matter of whether it requires an actual rezoning process or whether it allows you to tax them at a commercial rate if they're operating in that capacity. If you've got to rezone them back and forth as people decide whether they're operating a short-term rental or not, that becomes very cumbersome, of course. And spot zoning is something that's frowned upon except for special cases, obvious cases. So every time somebody wants to rent a room or operate their house that way. So I would hope that bill would have some way to ease the pain of the potential for continual rezonings and spot zoning.
That's one of many very valid concerns. The mayor of Georgetown brought that up, the police judge. I chased that one down. The state can, assessment categories are basically separate from zoning classifications, zoning status. So the state can assess a property in one way when it's zoned a different way. As long as our zoning law, as long as they're not violating our zoning laws, then we're fine. Peter, if you have any comment on that, I'd welcome it. So that's just a heads up on that. Kind of where my head is at in terms of what I might be advocating for.
I've always thought that was a good idea if we could figure a way around that cumbersome zoning issue,
Yeah.
Last week, I was also talking to Senator Baisley about the possibility of having someone carry a bill to increase the HUTF EMS fee. Right now, it's $2 for every vehicle that's registered in the state of Colorado. I think the total revenue is around $5 million a year. No, wait a minute, it's around $10 million a year. And that $1 fee was originally created in the 90s. It was increased to $2 in 2009, and it hasn't changed since. And a variety of new requirements, such as the ground ambulance licensing, have been placed, have been created with no funding sources. So that's potentially a fairly straightforward bill to increase that fee. And as everyone knows, I love tax increases. I'm all for that one.
Yeah, you tax and spend, guys.
For the record, Sean intends that, I think, tongue in cheek. The fact that he thinks this is a good idea is a testament to its quality. Because I know you look askance at many tax-related concepts.
Yeah. One man's communist is another man's fascist. I don't know, whatever.
So I found I think this is part of the infrastructure grant or maybe the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a grant out there for local governments to do climate mitigation activity. This county lacks a climate action plan. And it's something that I've brought to this board and it's not been executed because of our financial situation, which is understandable. This grant requires no match. It is due in March. I have passed this on to our grant staff, Rebecca Abrahamson. I hope that she attended a webinar on this grant. And this is just an early heads up. I would really, really love to see us apply for that grant to do a climate action plan and look at some of the proposals that I've brought in the past. Quick update on the fire authority. The fire authority has asked the municipalities to voluntarily increase their contributions to double their current 4.5 mil contribution that matches ours. The plan, if this happens, is that this would enable the fire authority to hire sufficient staff to post 24-hour crews in Georgetown and Idaho Springs. I haven't seen the data myself, but it's been long advocated by Idaho Springs and Georgetown that doing that would be allow for better responsiveness. I believe that to be true, although I haven't really seen the data myself. The plan for that would be to apply for I think it's a safer grant to pay for half of the cost of those salaries for a few years, 3 to 5. So that's just a heads up that that's happening. I think Idaho Springs has responded that it would do it. I think Georgetown is considering their request. I'm not sure the status of Silver Plume and Empire. Maybe Silver Plume has said they would try.
What are the sizes of those proposed crews in each municipality?
I think it's a 2-person crew in Georgetown and a larger crew, the majority of the staff in Idaho Springs. It would involve a remodel of the station in Idaho Springs to accommodate that staff.
Yeah, I mean, 2 people's enough to drive to a fire and wait for more people to come.
Yeah. So I wanted you guys to know that that's happening. There was some expectation that we would put a ballot measure on the ballot to increase the ESD property tax this year. I reminded them that the last time we discussed this, the board sent a letter, this was spring of last year, to them saying that we wanted a more clear understanding of the strategy for long-term staffing, how we're going to build a hybrid organization, what tax level will actually sustainably fund what we think we need. I have not seen progress on that front. And I await progress on that front via the comprehensive evaluation that's happening, I think is the first place to start. The other thing related to the fire authority, we did have someone apply. I've asked Ryan to discuss that in one-on-ones with you and determine if we'd like to interview that individual.
Apply for our representation to the board.
Yes. Then actually, that's it.
What's that?
Ryan, what is
That's
the schedule in terms of getting some
Something
preliminary?
update.
Okay, perfect.
I'd like to weigh in for just a second on Dr. Hoonan's comment. It is a real thing. We did make a point of getting stuff changed here so that it was against the law here, but the law does not state that you can't use engine brakes. The trucking industry is adamant about that that's a major safety issue, and I believe the State Patrol agrees with them on that. But what it is they're supposed to have engine brake mufflers. That's what's mandated in order to make them as quiet as possible, and a lot of people run without those. And so one of the requests has been that we improve the signage on that hill coming into the hill at the top, eastbound, to let people, to be more obviously, something flashing, something bright, or something that is real obvious to the truckers that, engine brake mufflers are required on this hill, which is actually true statewide already. So other than improving signage or having people out that can detect them coming down and focus on that, pull them over, inspect them for an engine brake muffler, we've pretty much done everything we can. And so we have responded to Dr. Hoonan in the past with the creation of that ordinance. I think we even called it Kathy's Law when we did it, or I did, informally, as a kind of a nod to her, that it was her impetus that caused us to do that about 2 or 3 years ago. In any case, that's been done. With regard to the retreat, I agree, sooner is better than later. And we need to get on it so we can make a good decision next year. There's another letter that a head nod would be good for, which is both of our senators and Congressman Neguse are in the process of creating legislation to rename what is currently the Mount Evans Wilderness Area to the Blue Sky Wilderness Area. And they have asked for a letter, and the Wilderness Society supports it, and pretty much everybody, to be consistent with changing the name to make the wilderness area match the mountain. And so they've asked for a letter of support from numerous people, and they're getting those. And one of them was Clear Creek County. And it's not on the agenda, but if I told them I can write that letter, and the way I write the letter, of course, depends on whether we have a head nod that that's okay to do to support the renaming of the wilderness area consistent with the name of the mountain. So, in any case, I'll be writing a letter either as the chair, but I'll be careful to not state the county if we don't have a head nod on that one.
I'm fine with that.
So
Okay.
I did receive a email from a student asking some questions about the Mount Blue Sky thing. Maybe you all
Same,
did too.
I did too. You probably got one too, didn't you?
Maybe, I don't think so.
Yeah. And that's all I've got, other than I'm not smiling as much right now. I had surgery a couple of weeks ago, and then I went over to a friend's house, and I'll just share this briefly. I was gonna go in his house, and his wife said, we got a bunch of dogs. They do that professionally. They sit dogs. And so she said, Steve's in the backyard. You want to go around the house visiting there? And I said, sure. And he said, hey, there's a lot of dogs in the backyard. You want to go downstairs? Can you handle stairs okay? And I said, yeah, sure. So we headed down the stairs, this half a flight of stairs, and my good leg flew up in the air, and I came down, and it fully bent my newly operated brand new knee leg, which was supposedly up to about 100 degrees it could bend to, but it bent to some unknown amount. And so there's a whole other complication there. So I'm just I'm actually walking without a cane, but I'm not quite as spry as I was a week ago. So I'm grouchy. So that's all.
I have one last follow-on question. I mean, my understanding, the public's right to participate in the meetings is via public comment. I don't think I even have the right to categorically say we're going to have an agenda item of X in the future.
I think your rules say that it takes at least one other one to grant that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't know. I think it'd be nice if we had a nice, simple answer when somebody makes an unreasonable demand to create an agenda item for whatever that happens to be on their mind in the future.
Yeah, that's why I tried not to commit.
And you don't want to make
Say.
it like, you don't want to ratchet up the rhetoric, but on the other hand, that's just not how it works around here.
Yeah, I didn't want to state we won't have an agenda item or that we will. It was like, you need to work with staff and see about getting one on the
Yeah.
agenda. And I didn't know what else to say in that moment. Because honestly, I can't, as you pointed out, I can't say, okay, we'll do an agenda item, put it on, unless two of us agree right now to say that. So,
Probably something to be adding to your rules that you need to talk about at some point. So
yeah. I mean, one of the things we can do is, I haven't confirmed whether the signage that was brought up before has ever been implemented. And I have talked to CDOT about that. There's signage like that in Jeffco. For example, with Floyd Hill and some of the areas over there. And so we didn't have that signage at the top of this hill, and I made a request to them, and I don't know if they ever added it or
I'm going to
not.
town to talk with Amy about, so.
Okay.
We'll check.
Yeah, we can find out.
Although if someone's coming down a hill in the dark and their truck's going too fast,
It needs to be
they're gonna use the brake no matter what the sign says.
it's too late to go to the store and get an engine brake muffler.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like carrying your bicycle helmet on behind your seat in case you need it.
Yeah.
Okay, that said, we have a
County manager?
manager update. Yeah.
With respect to the fire authority comments, that mission CIT work is going to comment on everything that George just discussed with respect to staffing, how to staff Idaho Springs. They're going to have recommendations on that in addition to funding. They're at a point where they're at a first draft. I'm going to be calling them and calling you, Sean, and our other representatives from the municipalities to bring our team back together to have an opportunity to review that first draft, to give that team an opportunity, a chance to digest it, to provide input on it before we then go back out to all the entities. So, and it's good because I think we're back on track with the dates that are in the existing IGA, et cetera. So.
Okay, good. And George, was there any conversation, I guess it would be with the fire authority staff, that they were potentially kind of getting ahead of an official recommendation that we paid money for and agreed to?
I did not bring that up when it was being discussed because it's not, the salaries are not in the draft budget that was presented. And that decision to apply for that grant or not will be made after mission CIT's recommendations are delivered. So I think they're they're anticipating probably accurately that Mission CIT will agree.
Last board meeting, we had an update on the recreation and the outdoors master plan, and there was some pretty good dialogue around how public outreach on that moving forward with respect to that draft. I did see while I was out last week that there were some emails flying back and forth with respect to how to improve that public outreach, and I'm not sure if all three of you got those emails or not. So I just wanted to let you know that in addition to the common things that we do with respect to the forum, flyers, social media, et cetera, we in addition to it's now all over our spotlights on our county website. We have emailed our contacts at 23 different HOAs in the county, all the governmental entities, local organizations. We're asking them to then get that out into their neighborhoods as well. Megan's placing a flyer and an ad and an article in the current as we move forward. And again, in addition to social media. So we are trying to expand as much as possible to get the word out, to get as much input back on that document before it gets finalized and then brought back to you. So
Thanks, and I appreciate the quick response. I sent the email making some suggestions that appeared to that they would be helpful to me, and I thought that we had discussed in the meeting, at least in general terms, and I appreciate getting a very, very quick response from Amy and Julie on that they're on it, and they were doing virtually everything on the list, so I appreciate that.
Good. Great idea on an early board retreat. Support that. That would be wonderful for us to kind of set the stage for the year. So I think I'll take a look at dates and then reach out to all three of you to try and get that on the calendar as soon as we can. I think it's
And the last one we had all of the leadership staff too. I would appreciate another version of that was just us and you two.
Okay.
And maybe strategically bringing in a person or two topically.
Yeah, I think it depends on the topics that we want to get addressed. On that day. So yeah, but I'll be reaching out to all of you to get that set. And then finally, I just want to extend a kudos to our emergency medical services staff. Before I left, they did share with me that all of our paramedics are now critically care endorsed.
Oh, nice.
That's the highest level of advanced paramedic certifications that one can achieve in that business. And that is critical for us, given how long our transports are to the hospital, right? So that allows them to provide more advanced interventions in the moment. So great kudos to the EMS team in accomplishing that. It certainly impacts directly the service we can provide to those in need. So just want to say a big thanks to them.
Awesome.
That's awesome. And I would add to that, they were recently nominated along with some fire authority staff.
Yes, they were.
What was the name of the nomination?
Has something to do with a major event that they had responded to.
Pre-hospital trauma provider of the year for excellent service and a long transport. So double kudos.
Yeah, I think it's one thing I've heard from ride-alongs and talking to people on staff before is that one of the attractions for people that like to do that work, one of the attractions is in Clear Creek County is the for people to come to work here is that they get to do serious stuff, serious medicine, because the long transports and the nature of some of the things that happen, and they appreciate the opportunity to get that kind of experience in their career. So we, as a result, we act as in large part as a good training ground for other places where they're 5 minutes from the hospital, and they provide more of a taxi service than a life-saving service in some cases. But anyway, just thought I'd mention that.
That's all I have.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is an action session for consideration of approval of the amendment of professional services contract with Iconergy Limited for the animal shelter HVAC and photovoltaic project. Matt Taylor.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Matt Taylor with Internal Services Director. I didn't really prepare a presentation, but I'm happy to share any of the documents that I'd sent that are in your commissioner packet. Also just want to see, looks like we've got Doug Hargrave, Lee Mackey, and Tara Fowler, all from Iconergy joining us today. So we're here today to request approval of an amendment to our unified form construction contract with Iconergy for the animal shelter, HVAC retrofit and solar PV project. The amendment that we're requesting includes two items. One is modification of some language in section 19. And two, probably the bigger item, is a request for an increase of $25,226 to the project. So the reason we're requesting the increase is we went out to bid. Iconergy put out a bid for our solar part of the project, and our lowest bid came back $25,000 over what we had originally estimated the cost for the solar PV project. And that cheapest bid was from Photon Brothers. So as a result, Iconergy presented us with a couple of different options. One was to reduce the domestic requirement that we had put in the bid for domestic products. That ultimately doesn't really save us a whole lot. It shaves about $5,000 off the top, but then we lose about I think 18,000 from the potential ITC credits. So it's not really much of a savings in doing that. The other option was to fully utilize our contingency amount. However, that would still leave us about $7,000 short from the initial project cost. And so we would need to do a contract amendment for that as well. But that would leave us really vulnerable if as there would be no contingency left for this particular project. So we are recommending that we increase the project cost of $25,000 as our preferred option. That will return the greatest ITC credits back to the county. And overall, I think we'll be under the project cost. We expect to get from the ITC, I think about 60, I had it in my notes here, about $67,000. No, my bad. About $90,000 back from ITC. And so it would really put us about $60,000 underneath the total project cost. Do y'all have?
It sounds like when you do the ROI on it, the issue is that if we don't do the work, we don't get the grant. So there's a cost of increase of doing that work, and you could save the money by reducing the amount of the work, but then you would reduce the amount of the grant. You wouldn't get anywhere. Is that a fair assessment?
We would reduce the amount of the ITC credit. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for I think it's a good analysis, presenting these options. I think I agree with your recommendation. I did ask whether it was possible for us to allocate some of the $25,000 to the contingency. In my mind, I'm not convinced there's risk associated with grabbing the contingency dollars now. Because if we have an overage, we'll have to increase the contract, which is what we're talking about doing today. So it might actually reduce our risk to go ahead and eat up the contingency now, because we'll know it's gone. And there's a chance that the contingency isn't used up and those dollars aren't realized. But that's not a strong opinion, and I might be misunderstanding it. So I'm happy to go with the staff recommendation.
I think contingency is something that I'm trying to think my way through what you just said. And I think, conceptually for me, contingency is something that you enter the job with, so the things that happen on the job, you've got a way to cover them later on. To use the contingency up at the contract phase before you actually do the work is basically just to decide to go with zero contingency, to redo the estimate and go with zero contingency. And then in any case, once we start the job, we're going to want to finish the job. So we're going to spend the money it takes to get the job finished no matter what. And it would either be a supplemental appropriation down the road. It would be doing this down the road in the form of a supplemental appropriation or something, or a change order down the road if we exceed it anyway. And I don't have a super strong opinion about that, other than I like to get the first shovel out of the pickup, knowing we still have a contingency in place. That's just my general, that's kind of our reaction to it. I understand what you're saying. I kind of like for us to let the field dictate our use of the contingency as we go forward.
Makes sense to me. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, the other thing I would add is, I mean, this is a relatively small number in a larger project, and we're gonna be talking about a lot of big numbers today, so in the future, I trust staff to make these calls. I don't necessarily need to weigh in on this type of stuff in my mind.
It's a change order that needed your approval. That's something we're gonna be looking at. The purchasing policy is on your consent agenda right now, but we're gonna be bringing back to you a larger review of that purchasing policy. And it probably needs to include some ability for us to approve at the administrative level,
Yeah.
these kinds of smaller contingencies.
Yeah, I mean, when we have a discretionary spending authority for the county manager, that's like $100,000 for us to have to look at a $25,000 change like that.
Yeah. But this isn't discretionary, this is statutory. Under construction contracts, we actually do need board
Okay,
approval for
that's
the change orders in these contracts.
That's what I understood. And I don't know if our policy, but we don't have a policy change that we can make that would have eliminated the need to do this.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I guess another way, it could have been in the consent agenda if this was something that you guys felt good about.
It originally was.
Okay.
We discussed whether or not you were gonna pull it, so.
Okay, that's fair.
So we added it to the
Okay.
agenda.
I might be the one that will stuff.
Any of us may have done that.
Anyway, I'm fine with this. I'm ready to make a motion if you're happy to hear it.
Sure.
Move we approve the amendment of the professional services contract with Iconergy LTD for the animal shelter HVAC and PV project.
Second.
To the staff.
That was a second. Yeah, we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the next item we have is the consent agenda.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. And thanks for everybody for being here today. Appreciate coming into the meeting. We have 7 items on the consent agenda. My first question is, have you reviewed the consent agenda, and are there any items that either of you would like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion?
I don't, but I have a question for Maria, and it doesn't have to be answered right now. I'm kind of curious to know what's the expected total new revenue when all these are approved, all these new fee schedules. You can bring it up the next meeting if you want, or send us an email. You don't have to go scramble right now, but I was just kind of,
Yeah.
seems like it's
That
progress.
works. Yeah, or if it's a quick look, you can even tell us this afternoon later or whenever. It's convenient for you, just so it's,
Pretty quick. I can just answer right now if you like or not.
No, not right this second. I think it's not important to me. George, did you start to say something?
No, I don't wish to pull anything. I will make a comment when the motion is being discussed.
Okay. So the 7 items on the consent agenda, first of all, consideration of the approval of warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of November 22nd, 2022 BoCC meeting minutes. Number 3, consideration approval of May 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. Number 4, consideration approval of resolution 23-48, a resolution to revise the transfer station fee schedule. Number 5, consideration of approval of resolution 23-52, resolution to revise the Clear Creek County emergency medical services fee schedule. Number 6, consideration of approval of resolution 23-51, resolution to allocate investment earnings to various county funds. And number 7, consideration of approval of resolution 23-54, resolution to revise the Clear Creek County purchasing guidelines. So first of all, do we have a motion?
We approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second discussion.
Yeah, just a quick comment from me, too. Happy to see these fee schedules be updated, as we try to work towards cost recovery and resolve our fiscal issues. Second, I support the revision to the county purchasing guidelines, and Brian said he's going to bring a more robust, comprehensive review of those. I would welcome that. We have revised these purchasing guidelines a few times, I think, this year, and would love to see a more holistic revision. So that's my comment.
And I am, Marie, if you have that number, I think the public is probably curious too.
Yeah.
Something to take too long.
In a transfer station, it will be about a $60,000 a year increase, or
60 or 60?
$60,000, a roughly 20% increase in all fees on average. In our emergency medical services, it'll be about $157,000 a year for our EMS operation. And that is also about a 20% increase. And you're about to review public health here in when you put your public health board hat on, and it'll be about $10,000 a year.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
That's
so
meaningful.
it's about $237,000 total.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Yeah.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, Board of Health consent agenda, consideration of approval of Board of Health Resolution 23-02. We're now sitting as the Board of Health. Resolution setting fees for the Public Health Department. Maria Ostrom. Was that part of?
No, you're sitting.
Oh, consent agenda,
Consent,
Board
yep.
consent agenda. All right. Sorry about that. I missed that word.
I move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next item, Board of County Commissioners, regular session, a 9:05 update from the Project Support Senior Center, Donna Klein.
She's right there.
We're running,
Brian just went to get her. Here she comes.
We had sent you a list of our accomplishments, and so we filled in the blanks now.
Thank you.
So, go.
so to start with, we all are in the room, but for the public that may watch or watch in the future, if you could just both identify yourselves for.
Well, I'm Donna Klein, and I'm president of the board of Project Support Senior Center. And in our bylaws, it says that the county commissioners get to have a representative on our board that they appoint. And Steve Enderhus from Tommyknockers, who prior to his being on the board has been so good to Project Support over the years and got us through COVID and everything like that. It was a no-brainer to suggest that you guys appoint him as our representative. He brings a great deal of knowledge and expertise to our board. We're just tickled pink. We hope he is also. And you'll consider. So he gets to do his update on what he has found about Project Support.
I think I was introduced there. And yeah, in the statement on that, Tommyknockers just tries to be a good neighbor. That's the main thing, and they're important to the community. A lot has been going on at Project Support as I get more and more involved in it. And obviously the key player here is Donna. She does a ton of stuff for that place. There's a few other key players also, and the board members are all active, vital board members in the community on the board there. And they're changing. We have some new ones we'll talk about in a minute here. One of the things they did is they opened the thrift shop for an additional day a week, which was a lot of discussion to make that happen. It was not a small effort, and it was successful. Their goal this year was 75,000. They're currently at 60,000, and just adding that one day added about $10,000 more. Numbers are right here. So 11,800 items have been sold out of that store at $5 a piece. So they do a good job. They did hire a new thrift shop manager, and that's not been a small task either, because they've It's hard to find someone, obviously, employees, everybody knows that. They also are doing once a month spaghetti dinners to raise money for the restoration fund. It's 5:30 to 6. I recommend coming in and checking out. They way undercharge for it because it's good quality food and it's only like $5.
Yeah, we have a real cook
Yeah,
who cooks it for, volunteers his
Yeah.
time and cooks for us and.
but it's one of these small town, quaint, cool little things that happen in our community that's worth checking out for a spice of life. I do recommend checking it out. The other thing, we've completed the policies and procedures. It seems like a small thing, but it's a lot of work goes into that. All these drug-free workplace, anti-violence, firearms, no religion, sexual harassment. They're also vital for like the 990 public tax documents. So anybody can look and see that you are trying to run a professional operation. And they're also key to some grants, to apply for some grants. They want to see that you have these policies in place, that you're actually doing the right things. Employee handbook has been put in place, all the normal things there. The second floor has been painted by volunteers, and that looks great. Cheryl Holmberg organized 10 volunteers from a church group in Iowa that came in one day they came in and just painted the place. And they came over and, we supported that with giving them lunch for the day, which is great. Really nice people. Then some things that cost money. In January, the water heater went out. And, all the 14 residents there were without hot water. The rec center stepped in and offered showers.
They offered showers, but because of you and his connections, we were only out of water for a day. He knew a plumbing company. They happened to have an 80-gallon water heater. And it went out on Wednesday, and by noon on Friday, we had hot water again.
Anybody else we called, it's $18,000 is a ton of money, but anybody else we called, they would have had to try to find, because you know how the supply and demand for parts these days is tough. It'd have been weeks before they could even locate a water heater and then get someone up there installed. Would have been more time on that. But, I have a friend in the business, and he sent his crew up because of the Project Support Senior Center and made it happen in an amazing amount of time. Then we're also in the process of doing the nonprofit energy efficiency program NEEP to replace the boilers, which are super low efficiency and old. Unfortunately, these projects happen out of sequence. It'd been really nice for the boiler or the water heater to hang on for a bit longer and then combine these two projects, because you could, the water heater is a traditional standalone gas-fired water heater, definitely a lot more efficiency than the one that was in there, but it'd have been even more efficient to be able to combine hopefully the new boilers with like a sidearm and a cascading system. So we're down there poking at that. It might even still be more efficient to try to, and the company that installed it said they'd take it back and try to sell it for something, but to still get a sidearm system, new boiler combination to get the efficiency and reliability out of that system. They replaced all the smoke detectors and heat sensors in all 14 apartments, probably a few in the hallways too, I imagine.
We already had them in the hallways. For some reason, smoke detectors were put in the apartments, and then Jeremy, who's on the board, said, you really should do heat sensors and stuff. And then the fire authority gave us $2,500 to do it. So they all now have heat sensors and smoke. It's safer, and it reduces the chance of false alarms, because popcorn tends to send it off and those kind of things. So, yeah.
They also installed knock boxes, which are little key boxes outside of all the doors, not just one to get in. That way a board member or somebody with the key doesn't have to be called to let them into those apartments if there's need to check on something. They also got a new ProSec fire alarm company monitoring system. They're no longer using Security Central. The main reason for that is better quality service and cost on the new company. And a lot of deliberation went into picking the company because there's a bunch to choose from. And there's all kinds of special languages and stuff that you have to understand to pick the company. The old company obviously was not performing.
No, they weren't.
Gathering quotes also for the elevator monitoring contract, same thing. The current company is low quality and expensive. And so on Friday, we're going to go through the 3 front leaders that we've picked to be the new elevator contractor for servicing the elevator. Also, it's one of those things you have to dive into and understand their language and make a graph and figure out, what they offer, because otherwise you'll sign the contract and you realize, oh, that's an extra service charge to drive up to Idaho Springs. So you can get advantage of it if you're not careful. Project support has met, and this is also with a ton of work from Donna and also Joanne Sorensen. They've met the 25% goal plus a cushion for the historic grant application. Then the scope of the projects has changed. We can talk about that in 1 second here. So there's another $27,000 that's needed to complete the original program of changing for the facade on the building, taking the paint off because the brick is deteriorating because of the paint. And they've submitted the new grant application to include the new scope. And architect is working on the documentation. The state would like to see the cement porch, which is in front of the building, removed. Apparently the cement is deteriorating the lower levels of the brick. And it could be because of drainage or the chemistry that's in the brick, or that's in the cement reacting with the brick, but there is deterioration happening there that could be structural long-term. So they want to jackhammer the brick out of there and put in a wood planking because it's also more historical.
But that also increased our original grant. And just because of cost increasing in everything, our grant went up $90,000 from the original grant. And so that increases our contingency money, and that increases our 25%. And it increased our $237,000 grant up to $408,000, of which the state will only pay $250,000 of it. We're supposed to come up with the rest, but we can't meet that whole difference. So we can meet the 25%, the mandatory 25% grant match. But I've asked for a waiver for the other $56,000. We'll know December 1st if we get it or not. Yeah, but project support can meet that $102,012,000.
Yeah, all the funds are in place. Is not asking for any more money, assuming disasters happen.
We have funds. Huh?
Can the county do anything to support that request?
You can give me money.
The request for the waiver from the state?
No, it's just, the hardest part about that, asking for the waiver, is they said in 150 words or less, tell us why you need this waiver. And I can't say anything in less than 150 words, but I managed that it would, for us to meet that 156,000, we'd have to deplete a few funds. We'd have to take some funds down to where it wasn't prudent for us because we have other things that we need to do. But we can meet the $102,000 with a few funds, and we do have some stock that we could sell. So we could meet that. We just can't do the whole thing. That other 56 just isn't prudent for us.
Thank you. Who is that? Which division of the state is funding that?
It's the State Historical Fund. And this is they have multiple grants that you can get. This summer, we did a planning grant with them for $15,000, so the architect could get started. We've done it's a historical assessment grant. We did that 13 years ago. So we've had grants with them before, and they have come out and said, yeah, this needs to be done. And the building itself is 136 years old. We're questioning how much of the paint has to be taken off, whether it's just the blue, gray, ugly stuff, or if they can get down all the way to the brick without damaging the brick. It's a product that's painted on, you put paper on it, you leave it for up to 48 hours. And when you take the paper off, the paint comes off with it and hopefully not the brick. So we'll see how much we can get off. If we can't get it all off, we'll have to probably put a whitewash on there or something, much to my dismay. But you know, we'll see how it goes.
The other part of the new scope is the balustrade, which is the balcony. Putting a new railing, which is more historical up there, which is 36 inches tall. There is no access up there, so it's not usable, so it's mostly for looks.
It just looks to bring it back to its historic look.
And when they took down the Jacobs house, we actually went over there and picked through the rubble and scavenged 400 to 500 bricks and palletized them and put them in storage so they could be used for this project or other projects in the future. And they're the special Clear Creek County brick, soft brick. And they're in pretty good shape and they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
We'd also like to express our concern over the status of the roundabout. And I think the limiting of that service and the necessary transportation needs of the seniors. As you know, 25% of the population here is 60 years or older, and 10% of those people live in poverty. So the roundabout is a critical way they've been getting around, and it seems to be, from my observation, starting to be used more. And it's a successful endeavor, but it's been cut back because of funding apparently.
So for clarification on that number, that 10% of the 25%, there are two different ways that people can read that. One is that it's 10% of 25%, which is 2.5% of the total population. And the other is that of the 25%, 10 of those 25%, which would actually be 40% of the over 60 crowd, is in poverty. Which one? How should I read that?
The way I read it on the census is that you take the 2,250 people, which is the 25% of 9,000 population. 10% of that 2,250 is.
So 225 people, so therefore 2.5% of the total population. Okay.
That's what they turned in on the census. But
okay,
since we don't have 100% answers on the census and what I see at project support, I suspect it's more.
Yeah, and I would always read that as being 10%, 25% is 2.5%.
Right.
But people state it different ways when they're thinking about it sometimes. So thanks.
Yeah.
Just on that, this board.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the 225 down there. I hadn't. I thought it was a final question. Sorry, George.
It's okay. This board committed to continue to fund the roundabout for the next 2 budget cycles. Of course, it'll be a new board, but actually this board is in charge of those next 2 budget cycles. And I know that the routes have been reduced. I think it's a goal of this board to continue to fund that program in spite of our acute financial difficulties. They said $2.9 million budget deficit on this year's budget.
Okay.
A lot of progress has been made, and I'm excited to see our new budget is much better, but we're still in the red and we have a long ways to go. So, but I appreciate your expression of support for that program. I support it as well. I know this board does. And
as long as you keep them going from project support down to the clinic.
Primary routes.
Yeah, when Dr. Hutcherson retired, a lot of his patients are up in Idaho Springs, and the clinic Dr. Byrne has taken them on. Some Dr. Bentrott is so full she can't take on another patient, but Dr. Byrne can do it, and the clinic is good about taking Medicare. And so that's helpful that we don't have to go down to Evergreen so much. I'm sure there are seniors, and Cindy probably takes them down there, but a lot of these patients decided to stay up in Idaho Springs.
I'm also really glad to hear that clinic is
Oh, it's popular.
serving well our folks. That was
It
a
is.
big reason why we built it.
Yeah. There was definitely a need.
I never like to miss a chance to try and put some of the responsibility for that transportation program on the towns, because I think most of the benefits go directly to Georgetown and Idaho Springs, and I continue to be disappointed that they don't put a penny toward it.
That's a really good point.
Interesting. For a lot of those people, the only other transportation for medical and other needs like groceries and post office is the VOA. And they're, from my observations, they're very, very busy over there as a partner for the project support. 107 in-county medical trips, 214 out-of-county medical trips, 925 trips to the grocery store, and 559 trips to the dining center, or bringing people to the dining center. So they're moving people around a lot. It's a big transportation component there.
Yeah.
And then also part of that is the Meals on Wheels has delivered 4,300 meals, which is a lot of meals to these seniors.
So far this year.
This is just year to date.
Yeah.
They've delivered, 665 2-day meals and 5-day meals and breakfast meals. They've all done that in the first 152 days. With two full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. They've managed to make all that happen. And they work together. I mean, the kitchen, the services, the building, the brick and mortar, even some labor goes back and forth between the 2 groups. As far as the board goes for project support, Jeremy Jones, who's the assistant fire chief, represents Idaho Springs, is on the board, new member, and Kelly Moore from State Farm in Idaho Springs. She's a great person to have on there. She just joined a couple of meetings ago. There'll be some more shuffling going on in the future, sounds like. Idaho Springs did donate the majority of the flowers that were out front all summer long. They looked great. They did attract a lot of attention. Looking across the street, it was nice, and people enjoyed the porch a lot over there for the summer. There's the Wednesday coffee hours are successful. They have good attendance and they're very informative. I've been to a few of them. I showed up for most of them to start with. They've covered most of the topics are senior orientated. The last one was a book was found that detailed the business of the county in Idaho Springs in 1926. So they went through that book.
There were a lot of great stories at that meeting. The Bucklands were there. A lot of people who have a lot of history in the county. And a little group has been started because they found a lot of false stories. So a little group has been started that they're going to correct those stories and get them either recorded or put down on paper as to history of things in the county. So it's interesting.
The October coffee talk is going to be about Medicare changes.
That's tomorrow. Please show up if you want. It's interesting.
And then November is Commissioner Marlin talking about thermal heat pockets.
And
you on board with that?
Yeah, I was invited to talk about deep geothermal energy and the state's progress in building a regulatory scheme for that.
That's interesting. Project support showed up for the Touch a Truck event that was at Fry Quarry. That was a super successful event. Tons of people showed up for it. It was basically just an awareness program for project support to be there, let seniors get some exposure for people to know that seniors do exist, because they do seem to disappear sometimes by accident with their society.
Yep. Sometimes elderly people are invisible. Nobody wants to admit to themselves that they're someday going to get old. And so some of us never are. And so sometimes we're just not seen. And at what I found at Touch a Truck was if we didn't have some swag to give away, nobody came to the table. So we'll get some swag and we'll go again. Fortunately, it's an every 2-year thing. And I think it would be good because you can we need volunteers all the time. We had employment apps if you wanted to, join our employment roster. We have a few small jobs, but we're always in need of volunteers, either in the thrift shop or just around project support to do things, that kind of stuff. So I think it was it was a good event to see what it was and how we could fit into the other tables that were there. Had pretty good positioning and stuff. So it was all right. It was a good event.
And the last thing I'll add is we just started talking in our board meeting yesterday about the potential disruption to the businesses in Idaho Springs from the potential construction projects happening. I call it in 2025 with the minor street revitalization, the mobility center, the parking structure, block 57, roundabout on exit 240, and a few other smaller ones happening. And it turns out the building facade change construction projects probably happen at the same time. So how does that affect the Project Support Senior Center with EMS and parking and the VOA getting meals and services in and out of the building are things that, I'm very active trying to talk about early before it becomes a big problem, because it does sound like they're all happening, if they happen at the same time.
So you gonna re-up?
Besides that, I'm planning on re-upping for another year.
Okay. We did this originally, but he said, okay, I'll give it a year. And so hope we provided enough fund for him to want to do it again.
It's gratifying. That's what we have. Any questions?
I don't. It was a very thorough report. Sean.
Thanks for serving, both of you.
I do have a question. Before I ask it, I'll just, thank you for your service representing us on that board and just your service to the community. There's a married couple I know that on every anniversary, they say, should we do this for another year?
You.
Hopefully, like they do.
What was their
Just
answer
keep
each
saying
year?
Yes. So far, it's been yes. So just thank you. Really, you represent us well, and I'm proud of the work you all are doing. Just a comment on your issues financing that grant. And first, a compliment to you for the fundraising you've done today. County's financial situation is very difficult.
And we understand that. We fully understand that.
In spite of that, I mean, I think I would be open to receiving a request as this capital project unfolds. If granting a request is the difference between full completion of your scope or not. That's something I'd be open to hearing.
Okay. I'd be happy to write something up for you. And
You know how construction projects go, like this is what it is today, but time it happens or things that unfold between now and then, right now it's covered, but.
Yeah.
You asked a year ago and we denied the request because we just are really, having to treat our dollars dearly.
And we understood that, and we understand it still. We came up with some creative ways and some very generous people, not just corporations or, private entities, but some private people really came forward. One of our residents had a contact at Channel 7 and they came out and they did a Denver Gives thing, and we got 3,000 from them. But then a lady called and said, my client wants to donate specifically to your preservation grant. And I said, that's fine. And then she said she'd like to donate 10,000. And I had a hard time breathing for a minute and said, fine, here's the address and this, and what you should put on the check is specifically preservation grant so that it goes there. And then I never gave it another thought. And a week later, the check showed up and I went, whoa, so yeah, we've had some great and inventive ways to raise money. It was,
Yeah, I mean, you guys are great partners. You do a great job doing what you can with what you have. And seeing this project be complete is important. So I wanted to state that. And then I wanted to ask you, I know you hired an executive director. And I'm curious, now that executive director is not there anymore, is your plan to continue to fund that position, or are you gonna go without that position?
We're gonna look at the budget first. As long as we have a shop manager, that job is much more involved and much harder, and I can speak from experience, than the project support director, manager, whatever. That job mostly involves apartment management and bringing programs in, which once there's a shop manager, I'm able to do with minimal work.
What she's
really.
saying is she absorbed the position and the benefits to the business have been great because the salary has been not being used.
Right.
We have looked at other options. We interviewed like a property maintenance group and that didn't work out.
It was too
And
expensive for what little we would use them.
unfortunately, we found a local guy and he is really talented at all forms of maintenance and he's been super economical for doing repairs. So basically Donna's organizing all that. And she was even doing the shop. So both those salaries, she was everything working way too much. And
But we also found that the shop is really the one that needs to be funded. That one's the one that we can put money toward because it brings in money.
mhm.
But the other one is kind of doable. Yeah.
There's not a lot of fundraising components going on. And the last person was trying, but the efforts they're putting in weren't really paying out. I mean, it was just a hard job to get, and she was great, but just didn't work out. The effort she's put in and the money that was coming from her fundraising efforts just weren't working.
But during our budget this year, we'll look at what we can do. It's nice to know that the shop can, boy, when they said 75,000 last year at the beginning, and we'd only done 60 the previous year, that was a big goal to meet, and they're doing it. And like, I figured it out that so far, 11,800 items has been touched 2 to 3 times. Thank God for volunteers. I mean, and the manager we have now is very inventive, very creative. And she's interested in the numbers and how much do we do every day and how much do we do every month? And so far, the last 5 months, we've beat the previous year by $1,000. So we're looking good, and I think we'll increase that goal a little bit, but
Thank you. I was curious. I really appreciate your volunteerism. I think I know you're also in, is it the 1,000-hour club?
500 club with that.
Club
It's
that comes out.
maybe. It depends on how often you volunteer.
The last thing I have to say is the Team Evergreen has recently built a grant program using revenues from their event.
Oh,
I know their treasurer. So
really?
Well, I'm not on the board anymore, but
their former treasurer.
yeah,
Might think about applying.
Oh, okay.
yeah, EMS has gotten grants in the past and so has the advocates,
Okay,
like unrestricted grants.
cool.
The cycle just passed, but I'll check on that.
Thank you.
Mostly
That's all for me.
Thank you. So can we assume that we've got him for another year?
Yeah, I don't think we have any process to do a reappointment. I think you consider that
Comes in
appointment.
January.
Oh, we do.
Oh,
the
yeah, we
annual
look at the
appointment
list.
list.
Yeah.
But does he have to present, or reapply or anything, or you just say he's good to go?
We've been doing,
If the term ends, he needs to reapply, goes to Beth, but he does not need to appear here. The board will just do it as a mass sheet of all the reappointments.
Yes.
Okay.
If we do have a policy that requires a reappointment interview, and this was a 1-year appointment, let's consider this the interview.
Okay,
this was the interview today.
Okay,
right on.
good.
Good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, the next item is a work session to review the commitment to increasing affordable housing as part of the county Prop 123 filing. Ms. Saxton. If you don't mind, I'm going to put my leg up on the table.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you take off your sweater and I can use it?
Like anything, I almost brought my dog. I'm gonna bring her next time.
Oh,
I would bring my dog, but.
My dog's really
no,
nice.
don't bring peace.
Do you have a bird?
He's more than a barker.
Yeah, he's a
Chewer, biter.
biter. Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about Proposition 123. This is a proposition that released or assigned a bunch of money to affordable housing, several $1 million, maybe $100 million. There's lots of money. The money basically is distributed through several programs that became available. There's an affordable housing fund that's managed by OEDIT, and several buckets of money in that program. I have to look at my notes here, but there's a land banking grant and loan program. There's a investment fund for rental housing, improving and building rental housing. There's a couple of loan programs for the creation and preservation of affordable housing and one for modular homes. DOLA is managing a portion of the money that is about building projects. Single-family home owner-occupied rehab programs. There's some homelessness programs, a bunch of different buckets of money. To become eligible to apply for that money, communities need to make a commitment to growing affordable housing. I had a little brain glitch on this one where I was assuming that the tools for growing affordable housing were the programs that you were trying to become eligible for, and they're not necessarily connected. The programs that we can apply for are not always the greatest tools that we might need for growing our affordable housing. And the ways to grow affordable housing aren't always a perfect match with the funds that are available in this program that go beyond some of the things that we might find ourselves using. So they aren't necessarily connected. We're making this commitment to growing affordable housing and to improving existing housing so it becomes affordable. That's how we become eligible for all this money that's over here. So that's what we're trying to do. We're making a commitment to growing affordable housing, and that gives us eligibility for these funds that Proposition 123 created. So the memo that I provided for you describes the commitment that we are proposing to file. And the goal of this meeting is to just give you an opportunity to understand what the commitment is that we're proposing to make. The commitment is based on a variety of somewhat predefined data points and characteristics of our community. Some are provided by general information like census data, and some are provided by data that the DOLA website had in its, they had like a dashboard tool that we used to calculate our commitment. And the memo talks about some of what those inputs were. Those are things like, let's see here, what HUD district we're in, our average household size, what's the vacancy rate of among our houses here, what's our real estate inflation rate, what's our mortgage interest rate. Those characteristics are used to help us calculate the commitment that we need to make for more affordable housing. So basically, what that number is that for Clear Creek County, what DOLA tells us is that we are to commit to 6 affordable units per year over 3 years for a total of 19 over a 3-year period. That's what we are what we're going to file, what we're proposing to file as our commitment, which just by filing, then we become eligible for those funds.
Is this countywide or just an unincorporated?
That's just unincorporated. The attachment that I shared, that I included in the 2-page packet, I don't know if you can call it 2 pages a packet, but shares what the numbers said for the for the towns. So the total across unincorporated in the 4 towns, I think, is 61. So that's the total over 3 years. But one thing that's kind of cool about this is if, for example, Georgetown were to, or any of us were to get a project that exceeded an individual entity's commitment number, that can count towards our countywide commitment across entities. So if Idaho Springs built a 45-unit affordable housing project, we can collectively count that towards the 61 units.
So I have a question, just a point of clarification. You say it has to be in the unincorporated county. I mean, there are county projects, there are city projects, there are different entities that take projects on. And while it's not always true that our greatest opportunities, not all of our best opportunities may fall within the city limits of a town, as an example. Some of them, in general, you want to be near infrastructure, near population centers, which are represented by the towns to create density and affordable housing. So what if the county has a project and the county purchases land and the county is the primary impetus behind the creation of these units, but they happen to be within a city? Does that still not qualify towards our total?
Well, it would if it exceeds the total that one of the towns is responsible for, because the commitment numbers are based on the profile of each entity. So if you look at the chart that was included, the annual goal, for example, for Idaho Springs is 7. And their 3-year goal is 22. If they build more than their goal, then that can be applied anywhere else in the county.
And I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's if we're partners on the project.
I don't think we don't have to be directly partners on the project. We can, because I think the goal of this, and really one of the other things to know is that, for example, if we don't meet our commitment, the penalty is that we are not eligible for 1 year to apply for these funds. So there's really no penalty. I mean, I think what they want to do is make these funds available to advance affordable housing. And the commitment is an effort to make sure that there's some skin in the game for communities, but they do not want to penalize people. They want this program to be used to advance affordable housing. And the commitment is a way to further advance affordable housing. If we don't make this commitment, then we sit out of being eligible for applying for these dollars for a year. And I mean, that's not much of a penalty.
Sure. There was a nuance to Randy's question I want to make sure we answer.
Okay.
If we are the leaders of a project inside of one of the municipalities, let's say it's 40 units, that counts towards the 61.
If it exceeds the commitment for them.
Exceeded in any area, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure we got that.
Yeah. And yes.
But regardless of who does the bill, the jurisdiction within which it's built will get the credit.
Yes.
Right, that's what it's location based. Yeah.
Until you hit the number, and then it's good for all.
Yeah.
There's been some discussion, like, I know some counties have entered into regional MOUs with their municipalities to try to make sure that is the case. Do you believe that's necessary?
Based on the conversations we've had to date, I don't. But I think the towns would be open to it. Now, one of the things that is relevant is, to date, Empire, Georgetown, and Silver Plume have filed their commitments, but Idaho Springs has not yet, and they are still considering whether they're going to file this commitment. One of the things that is holding them back is that one of the related kind of consequences of making this filing is that you will eventually be asked to commit to being able to fast track the planning and building reviews for affordable housing projects. And Idaho Springs just has some, and especially at the time of at least our consults with the technical assistance crews, the folks managing these projects just have not been able to give a lot of detail on exactly what that fast track commitment is actually going to mean. And that's made Idaho Springs a little uncomfortable. And so they have not yet made the decision as to whether they're going to commit this year. There is an option to still commit next year, a year from that there's a second deadline a year from November 1st of 2023, so they could still make the commitment for 2024. Then they're just using a 2-year window instead of a 3-year window to calculate what their affordable housing commitment would be. So they have not made their final decision yet. What we're here today to do is to just put before you the commitment we're proposing to make before our deadline before the deadline for this year, which is November 1st. But the other thing I would just mention is that we have also discussed the potential role for the MJHA in managing the implementation of whatever housing projects might play a role in making and meeting our commitment. You can meet the commitment by building new housing or by converting existing housing to affordable through some different financial tools. So that there are some different ways to go about doing this that might open up some opportunities for us, particularly in unincorporated Clear Creek County, as you go about. Like you can use some tools like improving housing through subsidies, so you can improve the value without increasing the financing of it, so that the value increases without the debt service, so that somebody's paying less for a higher value property, and then it can meet the criteria for being affordable, because the debt to value ratios makes it affordable, according to math. But that's creative, and there's some angles that can help us meet the commitment, but.
So say, it's kind of a hypothetical, if we make the commitment, we find out that the requirements to fast track affordable housing permit review are something that we don't support, or a future board doesn't support. Is the penalty of not implementing that the same as the penalty of not meeting this goal? You just do that on the funding in the future?
That's my understanding at this point. And yeah, and I think I've only spoken to Jonathan, to Idaho Springs about this a few weeks ago and have not had a chance to dig into it deeper with him. But I think his concern is that they might get into a project that was funded by Prop 123 dollars and then find themselves unable to extract themselves from the commitment they made to Proposition 123 and sort of be stuck having to adopt a fast track planning process that they aren't actually able to do, but they've already committed to. They've already gotten in bed with the money kind of thing, like they just weren't able to. They were just uncomfortable with feeling like they might get themselves into some hot water because they didn't understand. There wasn't enough information about what the fast track commitment really meant.
Can I?
My own opinion on that topic with respect to our decision is that it sounds like something that we can monitor and navigate.
Can I make a comment on that?
And that in general, I mean, the general concept that we would accelerate our permit review process for developers that want to make a price commitment is something that I like.
Yeah, I think what Sally might be about to say, but what she learned at this recent conference that she was just at is just that there is generally the idea that the fast tracking does seem to be going to be arranged to be focused only on the affordable housing projects, not an expectation that you adopt your whole planning process. So it does seem feasible, that if that is the case, that does seem like a fairly reasonable thing to do, and something that we already are not unprepared to do. So, yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Okay. George, regarding this fast tracking and this 90-day building permit approval process, one of the things that I did get from the
a couple of things I got from the conference is the state is very much interested that all the entities buy into Prop 123, and they've made it very enticing by not having a penalty. And as far as the fast tracking, one of the things I heard at the conference, and I talked to a lot of different people, including Mo, the head of the Department of Housing that put this all together, is an openness to develop these ideas of fast tracking in the planning process with all the entities. And so as they move forward, they have this 3-year period where there's no penalty for not having fast track. So for these 3 years, they're going to be looking to the entities that are interested in Prop 123 to develop the ideas. A lot of them are 90 days here with this reason to extend, with this reason to extend, with this reason to extend. What I heard from, I sat next to Boulder and a couple of other counties, is they're all cognizant of what does this mean for us in 2026, wherever we are in the Prop 123 process. So everybody has this conversation going on and the state's keeping it open. And the other grant that they're offering is the local planning capacity grant. And that's the next grant that's actually coming open that should be applied for. And they're having their next webinar to explain it this Thursday at 9 to 10:30 a.m. And I sent you that, and we can forward it to you. But they want that conversation happening so that if we have a planning grant, or if we have a way of having that conversation, that the state says, let's talk. And yeah, you want to talk this day? We'll be there. So they're very open to seeing how that's going to work.
Hopefully you're talking to Rebecca. Hopefully she's able to.
I just made a note, yeah, because I won't be here on Thursday, so we can, but I think that was one that they had mentioned to us as possibly also being able to help with the MJHA.
Correct.
I think there are like about 3 different ways that you can speed up planning and building approvals, permit approvals. And those are to put more people on the job doing the work so it can get done faster, or to reprioritize the order in which you do them according to certain qualifications. Like you're doing an affordable housing project, you move to the top of the list or something like that, which has ramifications for the other people that are not doing affordable housing project that are sitting on the list. And the other one is to reduce the regulations and the number of things you have to do. And, you know, that has a lot of implications too, in terms of quality and safety and all those kind of things. And, you know, sensitivity to communities and their character and all the stuff that you go through when you're doing approving projects, you know, that are outside, that are not already a use by right. So for one thing, if it's a use by right, then you ought to be able to just move them to the front of the list and get them done in a hurry. You know, if it's because you're not having to go through a major zoning change or something like that in some cases, but a lot of them do. So, I mean, when I think about it, those are the complications that come up, you know, and so there's a limited number of choices you can make to get it done faster. And, you know, either don't make them do some stuff, or get it done faster with either more people or a shuffling of the priority, where they stand in line. Let them take cuts, you know?
Yeah, I think you make a good point. It means that it may not be a big worry to have this fast tracking requirement out on the horizon, because as I think you're getting at, is there's plenty of ways to kind of address that that challenge.
My personal bias is against reducing the requirements of the things you have to do too much, because they all got developed for a reason usually. And but it doesn't mean we can't be more efficient at how we get things done and get them done faster.
I mean, there's some other innovation happening in this area. I've heard a lot of talk about planning departments looking at just like their workflows. I also would point out, I think it's Lake County has developed a process where they have the planning commission and the board of county commissioners hold their hearings at the same date and time.
Yeah, that's an efficiency.
So there's,
Interesting.
fair opportunities out there. Anyway, I think my last question, I fail to see a reason why we would not want to make a commitment. Do you have any hangups?
No, I mean, I think that we absolutely should make this commitment and file it. It's structured to very low risk really for us. And all it does is give us access to a lot of innovative programs with lots of zeros behind the dollar amounts. And that we absolutely should make this filing and to make this commitment.
Well, that's my opinion. I'm all for it. If,
Mhm.
are you seeking direction today?
It's a
or-
work session, so if you have any
Just-
comments specific
yeah.
to it.
My,
The deadline to file is November 1st.
so I know it's a work session and I know we can issue direction in a work session. Are you seeking direction? Do you need our direction?
I think we're just looking for confirmation of
Yeah.
what we've submitted to you as what we're suggesting we're gonna submit to the state. Your comments on that.
I have a
Well, I-
general comment. And if I think about the chapter we did with our failed effort with the mobile home parks, I think there's a lot of room for improvement when it came to our communication. I think there was a lot of people drawing the wrong conclusions and a lot of fear about what road we were headed down. And
With the public.
yeah, I trust that we're going to take those lessons and incorporate them here.
That's a good point. Make sure people understand what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. Yeah. So I think it's I don't see a reason not to make the commitment, and move forward. And it's just a matter of how we can be creative and continue to protect the quality of housing and public interest. And trust me, I'm saying this as a builder who has had to wait on permits and get things. So I don't like doing it. That said, I also recognize what the process does bring to us in terms of protections for communities and the people moving into these places. So I just so we maintain that same level of quality, but think more creatively about how we organize the process to get it done more quickly and get people through it. All for.
Yeah, I'm kind of philosophically troubled by removing requirements for favored populations. I mean, if we're able to streamline things, I think we should figure out a way to do it for everyone who wants to build in our county.
Well, and rest assured, we're a long way from determining what this fast track thing will require, how we will approach meeting the fast track requirement. And it's as Sally just mentioned, it's a 90-day requirement to process a permit. How, what it will take for us to accomplish that. It may not, what kind of compromises we're talking about are far from determined. And so.
Well, another way of saying what I just said is my interpretation of that is a recognition that one of the reasons we don't have the housing we need is because of our bureaucratic processes that are inefficient. And if we can address them for a small segment, we should over time be able to address them for anyone who wants to build in our county.
When was the last time someone that came to us and wanted to build a housing project?
Yeah,
but it could be because of it's not a favorable place to do so. I don't know. I'm making a general statement.
Operating in the industry, it's not been my experience that there's been an onerous delay here that would cause me to wish I were building somewhere else. The real problem here has been, for me, that it was a small enough scale place and there wasn't a lot of land to build on. And it was never like, well, I can't build here because the building department or planning and zoning takes too long compared to, for example, Breckenridge or Keystone or Jeffco or some of the other places where I've operated that have the same issues or even greater. It's really more just the scale that we have. There's not as much interest to come here and do it because we have small parcels and so little of it. And there's so much space and market and stuff that drive what's going on in other places. I mean, that's just been mine. So that doesn't mean, I'm not suggesting at all that we shouldn't try to be more efficient always and improve our operations and our organization and all that stuff. I'm
Absolutely.
just saying that I don't think that the reason Clear Creek County hasn't developed is because our planning and zoning and building departments have been onerous and unable to be worked with.
Can I make a comment about that, please? Regarding your comment there, Sean, with the building permit process being the way it is you can flip that idea with getting involved with this program by taking a look at who brings their request to the building permit department. Because other counties have taken on, okay, if you're going to come in with a development and say it's an affordable development, you come in with this development, when you come in, you are prepared because you know when you bring your project in, you're going to have like a 2-week piece to take a look at it and say, yeah, that's okay to put that in the permit process. So there's ways of taking it to flip some of the responsibilities on the people that are applying. Because one of the things that happens in the building department is someone comes in and says, you know what, I got a piece of property here and I'd like to build a house. Can you help me? And so some of these
There's
ideas.
actually a conflict of interest there and like building departments they'll back up.
Exactly.
See that often happen, even when the people have it designed and they come and they reach a point in the project and they say, the building inspector says, well, that doesn't pass code. And he said, well, then tell me how to build it so it doesn't pass code. And he said, you're getting into a liability issue here and a conflict of interest issue. I'm not the person that's supposed to design your project for you. You're supposed to come.
Some of these new ideas,
Code,
some of these new ideas may address some of those issues that have bogged us down.
Yeah, make sure that, and part of it is our clarity. There are jurisdictions that have a lot of requirements, as many or more than we do. But what they have is a really, really clear system that you can see the day you walk in, you know exactly what you need. And if you keep coming back in with half the information, you keep getting sent back out the door. It's like, here's your list. Here's what you need to provide when you come prepared, which is kind of what you're talking about.
Right.
You need to come in prepared to apply at that moment. But it's on us to be able to make sure that the list of things that are required is clear to the applicant also, so they know and they're not confused by it. And they either got it done or they don't.
So some of the things about reflecting on this program is this may raise all ships, not just affordable housing.
Yeah, that's Sean's.
plan.
Yeah.
I think I say this is my last comment. I think this is my last comment is just to say, like, to project a future conversation about whether we would fast track price committed housing. I think there are important questions of public benefit that are automatically answered when a developer is willing to make a price commitment. So I'm just going to plant that seed for you to think about as a reason why that might be good policy.
Well, again, it's of course never a reason to say, well, then you don't have to meet this building code or this energy code or this other thing. And I'm sure that's not what you're saying, because I know you care about those things, but just so we cover the basics.
I'm sticking to my word.
Well, I'm just saying that there are people willing to sell us cheap stuff as long as they don't have to, as long as they can build it cheaply. And that's been around, whether it's been considered affordable housing or not over the years. You end up seeing the results historically. And so that's all.
What else?
That's all from me.
All right, well, we will file this commitment based on the numbers in that report and in the memo, and that'll do it.
Thank you. I'm excited. This is a big step for us.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Thanks to the voters for approving.
Okay. I've got all these windows on my screen from that presentation. 1 second. Yeah.
Looks like we have 5 minutes. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
We'll take a 5-minute break at this point in time. Is that? The next item on our list is an interview for the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau vacancy. Jessica Edwards,
That's me.
thank you for being here today.
Howdy.
For your application.
Thanks for having me.
I think the first a good order would be to ask you, just in your own words here, and I realize we've got your resume and your application form, but would be to describe your interest in serving on the board, unless someone else would like to start somewhere else.
That sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did start briefly back in May working with Georgetown in our marketing and events, and slowly have tried to find ways to bring tourism, not just to our area and our neck of the woods, but kind of throughout the valley, whether it's getting people to Rapid Grass or coming to eat at our restaurants. So having this opportunity really helps solidify making sure that we're making tourism a priority, whether it's in Georgetown or just Clear Creek as a whole. I've worked along Cass. She's been a great peach or help since I've started my job. So it only makes sense to keep elevating and keep working hard on the same missions and values.
Cool.
I guess I'll start out with a question. What, from your perspective, the Tourism Bureau Board is, their charge is figuring out how to spend county lodging tax revenue dollars. And of course, now that does not include revenues that Georgetown collects, because Georgetown chose to put a ballot measure that reduced our collection, disallowed us to collect within city limits. So given that you work for Georgetown and that bucket of money, what's your perspective on how the lodging revenues for the rest of the county, unincorporated in the other municipalities, should be used?
That's an excellent question. You know, that did happen before my time, but I've been hearing about the fallout ever since. And I think the best way to kind of align is just to see where our needs are, whether it is boosting the tourism, getting our unemployment taken care of, because, you know, to have people in our restaurants, we have to have workers in our restaurants. And we do feel that ache here in Georgetown too. So it'd really be assessing the big picture and seeing what we as a county want to tackle. You know, there's so many big projects, there's so many little projects. It's all about what money do we have and where do we feel is the best bang for the buck, I guess.
Okay. And I think more specifically, you know, the money that we do collect now, a percentage of it, the lion's share of it goes towards things other than marketing,
right,
for tourism. And then there's a certain amount that's left. And as Commissioner Marlin said, with that amount reduced now, and with that amount being collected by the town of Georgetown to spend at its discretion, is there an expectation in your coming here that the remaining funds that are being provided that fund the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau that come from all the other municipalities except Georgetown, and also come from the unincorporated county, that those funds would be used in any measure to market Georgetown itself, Georgetown businesses?
Coming into this, we don't have any preconceived notions. I'm just kind of wanting to see where I have a lot of skill sets, what can be done here as far as the money and allocating it. We do a decent job of marketing, but I know that there's other things that we're trying to tackle too, like childcare or getting housing for people. There's no expectation at this time. I would love to leave that door open, but don't feel like, you know, we're going to be putting our hands in the cookie jar and asking for a lot of things. It's for the county as a whole, whether it's helping to promote Silver Plume or Idaho Springs or even the unincorporated. I think there's a lot of areas that we can get people to come visit and make sure that their money is being spent appropriately here so we can spend it appropriately later on.
Yeah, and I'm not doing that for the purpose of being contentious, but only to identify the 800-pound gorilla in the room. There's an economic disconnect now in the source of the funding and therefore where the funding goes afterwards, potentially. And that's not only for tourism marketing, but it's for also those funds that come from that are spent on things like the creation of affordable housing, and which at the same time we're doing this, we're looking at a multi-jurisdictional housing authority that requires all of us to be together in it to have the economics of scale at work there. And so it creates a pretty confusing dynamic. And I just wanted to just roll that grenade out in the middle of the room and then duck for cover and see what happened next.
I thought so too. I thought I would just bring it up right
Rip the
away.
Band-Aid off. It's definitely something I've been made aware of since I've started here. I don't want to come in and say I have all these big ideas. It's more of coming to listen and see how I can help the entire county. I'm not trying to see what we can do for Georgetown as a whole. It's more of how can we get people to stop in these areas and make sure that the people who are here making the county what it is are taken care of as well.
Yeah.
So although I don't have my hand in our cookie jar either, Mary will definitely be our treasurer and in charge of our funds. But, I do want to be a part of these conversations and make sure Georgetown is doing their part, whether it's just being here or if there's something later on that needs to be discussed financially. Not saying I can be the person to do it, but, hopefully this is the olive branch that shows that we're willing to show up even though something did happen in the past.
And I appreciate that. And I think all the talent we can get the room is good. And I appreciate that on the part of Georgetown, that they want to have a voice into this and be part of this solution as well. I'm just, kind
It's fair.
of wondering because you spend money implementing policies and you have to decide what the policies are. And then you implement them in as talented a manner as you can. And it's good to have that. It's figuring the policies out in the meantime.
Yeah, so thank you. And I'll share my opinion, is that I don't have a strong opinion about whether the Tourism Bureau county lodging tax dollars should or shouldn't be spent in Georgetown. I kind of wanted to hear your thoughts. I think, there's definitely value in having close collaboration and shared board membership is one of the ways we can achieve that. It might be wise for us to have the staff person of our Tourism Bureau sit on your board as well.
Yeah.
I think that might really help communication. So I want to move on to just like what's kind of, I want to talk about like your marketing philosophy. What kind of marketing tools are you interested in using? What do you think is effective? I'll just start there.
Yeah, absolutely. So my background kind of is predominantly stronger in social media, but that also includes paid advertising, SEOs, and other opportunities. But that doesn't mean that I'm shy away from other areas, whether it's putting Georgetown in Westward and getting the promotion there for their summer, or trying to get our Christmas market, which isn't necessarily ran by the town, but it does do a lot for the town. I kind of, when I'm looking at my marketing, it's overall campaigns. Who are we bringing in? Who's our target audience? And what's the best way to reach them? Whether it's zip code targeting when they're out of state, or zip code targeting when they're in our state. There's paid media, which we can definitely see the audience that we're reaching, but we're not able to track how that revenue comes back. We don't really have that ROI yet. So my biggest thing is building itineraries, giving people a snapshot of, yes, we do have to advertise a little bit of our outdoors, but leaf season's over. I want people to come in and explore, our great restaurants. We do have the train, we have the mine. We have a lot of things that people maybe don't know about that we can hype up in other areas, whether it's print, radio, digital. There's a lot of areas of opportunity for marketing to work on. One of my favorite newer ones is probably podcasting. I'm going to say back in June, Georgetown was featured and won the entire category of Denver City Podcast. They were doing a bunch of little fall festivities that you can do out in the mountains. And for Georgetown to beat out, the Strawberries and Ice Cream Festival, or, great things going on around the state was really impressive. So I want to make sure that we're tuning into every audience across the board.
And you kind of answered the other question that I had in my mind is like, where do you, like, when you're thinking about who to target, and like one is who you're trying to target, and then the other one is what you're trying to get them to do, right? And you sort of answered that, but maybe I'll ask you to expand on it a little bit by saying like, yeah, of course, we recognize that our recreational assets are a big attractant and we need to reference them. But the ultimate goal is to get them, into our businesses where they drive economic activity and, public revenues, et cetera. Am I understanding your opinion correctly there?
Absolutely. Yeah, so we like to target our audiences, whether they're singles, dog people, the adventurer, or even the historian. So those are very different categories. You're going to want to build for historians going to the museums. It is Museums and Galleries Month. So we want to showcase where they can go, but also where they can stay. They're most likely going to want to stay for 2 days opportunity, so we can point them to Clear Creek Inn or the Mountain Lodge. That way we're getting multiple areas of revenue, not just a come and stay once. Those are typically our pets and singles. They'll come out for camping, but they might want to not cook for that evening. They can stay here. Or we're trying to drive them where they can be pet friendly, because not everywhere in the county or in the mountains is pet friendly. It's all about your age groups, your money, and where we want to be. When we're looking at advertising, you have Westward, 303 Magazine, and 5280. We typically like to stay with 5280 because those are the dual income. They're able to come and stay in our area for multiple days, but we don't want to ignore Westward. Those people are getting a free magazine. They're getting free exposure to a degree, because we do pay for those ads. But we're letting people know that we're not Breckenridge, we're not Vale, we are Clear Creek County. We are a quiet mountain town. We are probably closed down or I-5, but you might want to walk around the town and get surprised by the bear. We offer that alternative lifestyle.
I don't want that.
You'd be surprised. We offer something that you're not going to see in a flashy magazine.
Make sure you can run faster than your dog.
Yes. Which sounds like you and I are in the same boat. I broke my leg and dislocated my ankle not too long ago, so I'm getting around the best I can. But you want to make sure that you're offering everything in your town. We're cute, we're charming, which can mean small, but we're definitely mighty.
I think I just have one more question. We talk a lot about strategies to get people who end up in the backcountry into our business district. Do you have any thoughts about what effective strategies might be to accomplish that goal?
Mine right now are still really small because we have a lot to offer that's not necessarily within our business district. I know Idaho Springs has a lot to offer that's not necessarily in their business district. And you look at Plume and they've got a beautiful coffee bar and a bread bar. So how else can we get people here? One of the things that we're expanding on this year for Georgetown is our Christmas tree program. It's normally only done for the 2 weeks of Christmas market. Instead, we're working with the fire, and we're going to get it going the 2nd week of November. That's also during our Bighorn Sheep Festival. So we're going to try to capitalize on that, but we're having a form so they can fill it out ahead of time. We're making them pick up their tickets down here at Town Hall, so it brings them to our business district instead of just passing and waving on their way out. And then they're able to go get their Christmas tree whenever they need. So that's also relieving the fact for volunteers to be up there throughout the week for over 2 months. So that's one way that we're trying to get people to come for a reason, but still expand their time here. The way we're going to advertise it is come to Georgetown, dad can pick up the ticket, come back on a weekend, visit our restaurant, then go get your tree, make a full day of it. Don't just grab it and go. We're trying to really showcase our town, so they have to come around. But that's just one initiative. We're always building and expanding. So, whatever the county has going on, I would love to hear and see what I can help brainstorm and bring to the table.
Okay, thank you. I think you've answered all the questions I have. I don't know.
I don't have any that you also haven't answered. I think the key is that, in a lot of the work that we're doing, we're in other areas besides just tourism development, economic development, but visitation management is, that idea that we've kind of alluded at and come from 2 or 3 directions, which is how do you get the people from the places where they are to the places we want them to be, as opposed to trying to get the places where they are even more full.
Right.
That's where the I feel that we're trying to address an imbalance of visitation in areas where we don't have cash registers, and trying to get that balance so that they end up where the cash registers are, which is where the economic development is actually felt for both the public and private sector. And so that's just, I think we've touched on that quite a bit. It's my primary interest in the shift that we've been working on for the last few years with the Tourism Bureau and the efforts to try to be more targeted and strategic to derive real economic benefit relative to the dollars expended, and, you know, reduce negative impacts, increase positive impacts. So, and I do think that having the thing that has happened, the event that's happened with Georgetown and, you know, pulling out in terms of the property or the tourism tax goes, the lodging tax, and are not receiving that now, has a positive benefit in that it is helping to push this discussion, because I think my own opinion is that I think rightfully so, that there were elements of Georgetown that noted that they weren't deriving the benefit of the dollars, the expenditures, that maybe they strategically weren't happening in such a way that was driving the people to those cash registers for them. And so I don't, you know, simultaneously, we've been trying to look at the big picture for the whole county and the boards. So that's, I just want to leave that perspective out there. And I don't have any more questions. Otherwise, I think it's good to have someone from Georgetown on the board.
I thought of one more, but I don't.
No, go ahead. I got a few, but.
And then if there's time, maybe we could ask, I see we have members of the Tourism Bureau Board here. Maybe we could ask them if they have any questions. I'd love, that would be helpful to me if you guys are into it.
Sure.
Okay. Just really quick, specific to Georgetown, it starts to feel like a ghost town in winter, I've noticed, over the years, and increasingly so. What are the solutions to that? What do you have in mind?
For right now, it's kind of small. It's just a big winter campaign, whether I'm connecting with Loveland Ski and we can maybe get a few giveaways on our social media, or creating that branding that really says this is your quiet getaway in Georgetown. Everyone knows that you can spend money in Breck, you can spend money in Winter Park, and you can be right close to the slopes, but not everyone in Colorado skis, but they do enjoy the snow. So how can we capitalize on a little bit of everything? So it's promoting what we have here and really putting it in front of people's faces. It's not a shy attack. It's very much come to Georgetown. Come enjoy the snow and a brisk walk around town. Come enjoy the fire pit that we just installed, which I'm so excited for. You know, we can definitely navigate things throughout the county to, you know, highlight, go to these restaurants down there, but make sure you stay in Georgetown. It's just kind of a collaborative effort on who wants to be promoted that week, who has the time to let me come in, take pictures of their store, and really showcase what products they have, like especially downtown. My other big project is trying to tackle which businesses are going to be open and who wants to be open for the complete entirety of the day. Whether we have that in winter or summer, that does kind of hurt us. And I want to make sure that we're doing the best for our tourists, but also making sure our businesses aren't hurting since we are a little bit slower. I think that Denver is a great opportunity to capture, but I think we're forgetting other side of things. Like people in Silverthorne and Dillon, they don't really necessarily love going all the way to Breckenridge, but they like having that quiet family outing. We make that the destination. We don't need to be flashy. We don't need to be popular and doing what's trendy. We just need to be Georgetown. We just need to showcase what we have to offer. And there's many people who want what we offer.
That's a really good, interesting answer. You know, we have, especially with the Floyd Hill project going on, we're looking at, I'm beginning to say, well, how many things in Dillon and Silverthorne are just as close as Golden were to me anyway? If there's something I need, that I need to get to a larger place to go. And I'm recognizing that the difference, especially from this end of Clear Creek, is just as close to them as it is to, you know, back and forth. So you can go two directions with that. And what hadn't occurred to me was to, other than a couple times, because the mountain biking season here starts a few weeks earlier than it does in Summit County. But other than that, was the idea that there are plenty of people in Summit County who may like to get away themselves and do something a little bit different on the, you know, on a weekend or during the week. It's not that far to go to find a little good food or something else historic to look at. So
Absolutely. Tunnel traffic's much better than Floyd Hill traffic some days.
Yeah, go cross green.
Well, first off, thanks for applying. The position at Georgetown, that's a new position, isn't it?
It is a new position thanks to the lodging tax that we now have. Because of them pulling away, it gave them the opportunity to hire someone full-time. But that also creates the liaison for the town and the county. Don't feel like it's a full subtraction and that we're gonna go do our own thing. We want to make sure that we're a part of these conversations and that we're being uplifted together.
Yeah, my question was leading to my next question, which is, you've been there for a little while now, since May. Like, what would you consider some of your key learnings and key wins in your position so far?
Absolutely. There's a couple opportunities that I find. Our business hours is definitely one of them, but to have business hours, they also need to be heard. Maybe they're not being taken care of appropriately, that they don't feel that they need to be open all the time because the town's not taken care of. So I've been working with getting all the information for the tour bus that come through. So then maybe we can have a better working relationship on, hey, this is when our businesses are open, or if they do come early, I can alert our businesses and they can open appropriately. Another opportunity would be when we have big influxes. I got the comment the other day that our social media was pushing the leaves, and it just so happened that we had a lot of influencers come in that collaborated and were able to cross promote. So it does show up in our feed as well as theirs. So it's a great exposure opportunity, but then we started to have issues with restaurants running out of food. We had over 3-hour waits and people were not wanting to wait for that. You had the 45-minute backed all the way up to Silverdale. Those are big opportunities. I believe our marshal said it's kind of like a bathtub. We fill up and there's nowhere for people to go. And I think being able to err on the side of caution of like, I want you guys all to come here, but how can we break it up? Are there opportunities to come up on a weekday? You know, I want to make sure that we're not growing too quick, that we're starting to have that negative connotation when people think about coming to visit Georgetown. But there's a lot of really big wins. I feel like we did start to see an increase of people, whether it was recreation on the lake, though we did see an increase of trash. But you know, our businesses, they do appreciate the things that we've started to bring, whether it was the Mustang Club and having them parked in front of their businesses that they can come around, or mountain jams over the summer that's not necessarily ran by town, but it is supported. And I want to find ways that we can make it even bigger. We had Hazel Miller show up and she had over 300 attendants. That's a lot in Georgetown, but how can we make that a regular thing that our businesses are prepared for, that we can actually tackle?
Sorry to interrupt. You touched on something that I would love to hear you expand on a little bit, which is just the concept of destination management. And trying to influence the behavior of the people who are here. What are your thoughts? What strategies do you have with respect to that topic?
Absolutely. I think it's all about showcasing that we have these amenities, these leads, these whatever the people are coming here for, not just on peak times, that throughout, you know, the weeks, these few months. One thing that we noticed is we got exposure on the radio, we got exposure in print, influencers, and on the news. We had multiple news organizations say Georgetown is the place to be. So how can I be a better liaison with our business email, alerting to our businesses like, hey, we had 3 different news organizations this past week, and be prepared for that. I don't have all the answers right now, but I'm a part of the Colorado tourism leadership journey. It's run through the state's tourism board, and it's a big opportunity where I can rise, meet with other people within the field, and see how we can brainstorm. It'll eventually graduate with a project, and one of those is going to be on how to manage, because I've seen some of the efforts shine through, but it doesn't seem like the town is quite ready to take that on in mass amounts. So it's kind of nice to have a little bit of a shoulder season, but I want to make sure that we are a winter destination as well.
Thank you. That's just a quick comment. I mean, it's a big conversation. Nobody has the answer. Trying to figure out how to get people to behave well when they're here is a huge challenge.
Absolutely.
So, anyway.
I think I'll have one more question. What are your thoughts about short-term rentals and what opportunities there might be to engage the visitors who are choosing to stay there versus a hotel?
They're the lesser, like, you have to have them at the end of the day. I do appreciate what Georgetown does with putting a cap and certain rules. You can't have them right next to each other, but at the end of the day, we have roughly 40 in our very, very small town. That's a lot of numbers, but you don't want to exclude those visitors either. They either found us online, they either, just wanted to find a smaller place. I don't know how they find us, and I want to get better at that marketing and managing those analytics. But then that way we can still reach them, whether it's me going to the people who own the Airbnbs and saying, hey, here's our brochures. Can you put these in like a welcome basket? Sometimes we can even do an auctioneering. A lot of our business are very forthcoming. So if we can do like a gift card to Cooper's or Cabin Creek or Guanella Pass, that's ways to get them out of their house and into our area. But it's really a larger conversation just because lodging in general can be tough. So you want to showcase your hotel, but you also want to get in there and make sure people know like you can stay in these beautiful Airbnbs. And it's not a naughty word, but we want to make sure that you're enjoying all that Georgetown has to offer.
How many total hotel rooms are there in Georgetown, not counting any of the STRs?
Oh gosh, that is a big number. I don't have off the top of my head. I want to say it's probably close to about 130, if not higher.
It's like 80 at the Microtel, right?
Thank you, because I think I was undershooting that one.
82.
But we've been working with Loveland Ski. They're now hosting weddings. So I was able to make that connection. So the entire party can maybe stay at Microtel. We can get them maybe an event over at Cabin Creek. Cooper's does a lovely job catering if it's not too many people, and those Brussels sprouts never run out. But it's making sure that we're capitalizing on a little bit of both, because you don't want the hotel owners to feel like they're being kind of skate out of the conversations, but you want to make sure that people are being welcomed from the Airbnbs as well.
Okay, so this really is my last question.
No, you bring them on.
What have you learned about what goes on in the Tourism Bureau so far? And what do you think the opportunities are for you to add something new and valuable to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think though my exposure to the tourism board has been kind of limited, it's been an overall conversation of not just the marketing efforts, but how do we make sure that people who are in the tourism industry feel supported, whether that's childcare in the mountains or the housing. Our unemployment rates can be kind of crazy, but at the same time, we just need to make sure that we're benefiting the community and the people within the community. My opportunities is I don't really have too many right now. I don't want to come in thinking I don't know, bigger or better than anybody else. I want to kind of come in slow, listen to the conversation and see where I can help out is more or less how I'm coming into it.
That's fair. I don't know anything else.
Go ahead.
I do.
I thought of one thing. I'm looking at your resume and clearly have some experience working in this arena. Can you talk about your experience serving on a board, what you know about the role of a board member as opposed to a staff person? I'll just leave it at that one.
Yeah, being a part of a board, you're definitely a part of the conversation, but you're not leading the conversation. As a staff member, I usually will come in with my own agenda and check things off. Whereas with your board, it's a general conversation of what's best for the community, what's best for your budget, and how can you maximize both. It's not necessarily, gung ho and you're getting everything tackled. It can take some time, but you're taking time to make sure it's done right. Whereas sometimes when you're in staff, you just got to pull that trigger and see where the chips lie.
That makes sense. I was just pondering this as I was sitting on this board. It's a little bit of an art, right? Because you have authority to the extent to which you can convince other people.
Yeah.
That to agree with your ideas. And then the restraint around not trying to pretend you can call your staff and tell them what to do outside the meeting can be difficult.
Can you do that?
No, you have to. You can't do that. So, okay, that's the last thing on my mind, and I would love to, I know we have a little bit of time left in this interview. If members of the Tourism Bureau that are on have questions, I would love to welcome them if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good. Cass.
Well, thank you. I just want to say a couple of words.
You appear to still be
Audio
muted.
problem.
We have an audio issue
I think
here.
it's on our side.
Oh, is it turned down? Yep, there you go.
Try again, Cass.
Okay, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Awesome. Well, I just want to start by saying thank you, and I'm very excited to see Jess there. She has definitely made such a positive impact in the community since she's been here, and we are thrilled with the potential opportunity to have her on our board. We think that, going back to our conversations with the county commissioners and talking about collaboration and partnerships and alliance, and how do we, really robustly think community-wide and be strategic and surgical in our approach. And, I really think that Jess can bring some fresh ideas and perspectives along with, her experience. And I feel like, for us, we'd be pleased to have her. And I also think that, another benefit to bringing on, representative from Georgetown with the changes in the landscape for tourism in our county, that she can help us ensure that we are not driving up costs on the back end. For instance, if Georgetown was to run a pay-per-click or keyword campaign or any other virtual campaign, and it was at the same time if we're not in cahoots about the back end setup, it could increase both of our spends. And I think that it's very important that we are communicating our efforts and making sure that they are complementary and not conflicting. And, aside from that, we're 396 square miles of landscape. And I think that a unified approach in our messaging is very important. Our budget is very constrained. There's lots of future forward-thinking possibilities for our entity as well as the city and town of Georgetown. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity, and I think the first step would be just really aligning the town of Georgetown and the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau, and hopefully getting representative from every municipal marketing entity or arm, and kind of creating a different approach in how we communicate in the county. I think is a start of something amazing. And I really appreciate your time, Jess, and your interest in interviewing for our board.
And did you have a question for Jess of any kind?
I guess what excites you the most about Clear Creek County and the opportunity to further market us as a robust entity versus exclusively your experience there in Georgetown?
I think the most exciting part is really to make our constituents proud to be from Clear Creek County, whether you're older or younger. I know I can hear, oh, we're so small, or oh, we're this or that. I think there's a lot of pride to be had from coming from these smaller communities. So whether we're showcasing it and making it a destination or making a place better for the people who live and work in here, I think that's really what excites me the most to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from on screen? I see Cameron's face there, but I don't see her hand up, so.
I want to ask Cameron a question. She looks like she's at Unravel in Denver. It's a coffee shop I used to work for.
That is where I am. It's so cute.
Absolutely.
And Jess, that was a great interview. Thank you so much. I was really curious what you had to say about destination management and the challenges of, overwhelming and oversaturating a small town, and how do we kind of guide our visitors to behave in the ways that we want them to. So thank you for speaking to that. I bet this is an awesome place to work. I look forward to working with you, assuming you get the appointment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I knew exactly where she was.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I'm good. I think so. Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So that you know, we don't make the decision for appointment usually on the spot.
Oh.
When we do these, but I think we'd be following up in fairly short order, so.
Wonderful. Well, let me know. I'll be on K-Goat tomorrow. I can share the news.
Is it possible for us to, what's our process? Can we our next meeting is our budget meeting, right?
Yes, so the next meeting will be the second meeting in November.
Second meeting in November, so maybe we can discuss opinions and one-on-ones and bring an action in the second meeting in November.
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Is this the part where I sneak away? All righty.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Well, it is 11:15. I think our next item is a 12:30 item with Under Sheriff Stein. So I think we have a break for the next hour and 15 minutes in that case, don't we?
We
So
knock
this
out
would be a
some of
good
the
time for,
executive sessions though too.
yeah.
Do an executive session, you could do a jail inspection.
I'm not gonna do a jail
I expect
inspection.
you to.
I don't, I'm okay staying here. I'm just gonna remain in a similar geometric position to the one I'm in now most of the time. It's making a big difference, so.
If we're gonna go into executive session, I'm just gonna run out of the room real quick.
Yep.
You guys can.
And what we can do is we can even list the executive session and move to go into executive session with the two of us here, since we know we are.
Yep.
So I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose. As
Ready? Pursuant to CRS 24640248 for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest related to water supply applications for 899 Chinook Road and 2137 Fall River Road. Pursuant to CRS 402 4B and E, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to zoning enforcement case BD 2023-0001 and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned zoning enforcement case. And then finally, pursuant to CRS 246402 4B and F, for the Board of County Commissioners to meet with the county attorney for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to enforcement of county codes and to personnel matters related to staffing and organizational structure to ensure best code enforcement practices, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made, and we'll be returning back into regular session at 12:30 or thereabouts for the purpose of the next agenda item, which is a work session with the sheriff's office with Under Sheriff Stein regarding the KRW study and ARPA requests. And with that,
You see Lisa walk in when you're sending through the,
Lisa Laven?
yeah, they're exactly.
Okay.
That we know. Yeah.
Oh, a moment here. The next item on our agenda is Under Sheriff Stein talking to us about KRW recommendations and the KRW study and ARPA requests. So take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for having us. Brought along Seth Marquardt, Lieutenant for the Detentions Division. A little bit more of a expert on some of the stuff for the ARPA. In the beginning here, I will start off with the PowerPoint presentation and I will quickly go through it so I'm not spending too much time reading off of the PDFs and so forth. And it's really just an update also, so not too in-depth. So third slide in is actually just kind of a quick visual of where we were at months ago when we kept bringing back some updates. We've had some additional changes where we completed the mission, vision, value statement, as well as EOC getting moved over to the Fire Authority Station 1 in Dumont. And some of the dispatch updates that y'all are aware of with JeffCom. We also have completed the evacuation plan. On the mission, vision, value statement, a couple slides further down.
Sorry, the evacuations plan, I think that one.
That was done.
And I just want this to be on the record because that report says that there was not an evacuations plan when in fact there was.
Correct.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure people we were running a jail without a.
Yeah, there is one. Absolutely. One of the previous times I was in here, I stated the same thing and someone said, well, why didn't I present it? It's been completed, it is completed, it was completed prior. We don't put all that information out for the safety and security, not only of staff, but also everyone that's housed and what the procedures are of the jail. There's just certain security measures we don't release, but that is previously completed.
Okay. And can you describe the process you went through to create that mission, vision, value statement?
Yes, actually, it involved a lot of the staff, as well as pulling other examples and more of a IACP, so the International Association Chiefs of Police, as well as the County Sheriffs of Colorado, CSOC. I pulled information from all of those, as well as there was a lot of this that was already worked on prior to myself coming in November of last year. A lot of the staff had a chance to bring forth some of their vision and values and what they were looking for, not only in the statement, but also just the way certain things were worded. And so we combined it all and then polished it down, reducing it to something that's a little bit more clear and concise.
Is it in this?
Yes, it is.
I'm on the wrong slide, John. I'm sorry.
Yep, you go up just a couple, it's slide number 6. There we go.
Thanks, sorry.
No worries.
I do have a quick comment about the mission vision. I like it. The one thing I would suggest you consider is putting it in the present tense, because when you say you will be a leading, like why not commit to it now? Why not say is a leading public? Like that's the vision. And similarly, Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office provides efficient publics, instead of will. Because it almost sounds like someday we'll get to that, right?
Absolutely.
I think on our end, it is written of like, when we are in contact with the public, we will provide these services, or this is our goal. But I don't disagree with your statement. It depends on how people interpret it, but either way.
It is glass half full or half empty. There's a variety of them that we are or we will be, because that is what we are continuing to strive as our mission. But I will take that as well as some of the other comments into consideration, because I think there is some good value on a short, more of a motto or succinct statement, whether or not it's what you see on police vehicles out and about with a lot of agencies, or on business cards and other things that are really short. It's the typical old protect and serve, and I use air quotes, but different variations with State Patrol. It's their honor to serve and protect, and different ways that things are written. So we haven't done that yet. I say yet because it's been discussed and talked about.
I saw DC Metro.
Yeah, we were just going to say the same. Yeah, we're here to help.
Right. See, simple. It's very catchy. It's a lot easier to remember and learn for staff and others versus reciting long-winded mission, vision, values, and all these other.
You lose the point once it gets
Ours
long.
in DC, it says we're here to help.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. And I'm curious, I see that internal communications being improved has been listed as completed. That one, when I read the KRW report, felt like a big project. Can you tell me what changes have been made?
We have implemented everything from more impressive and robust emails and multiple emails with a news email, CCSO News. We've also put in some boxes in various places throughout, one in detentions, one in dispatch, one over in patrol room. It's a anonymous box, not on video. It's out of sight, but not out of mind. It is a suggestion box. Fill something out anonymously, put it in there. That way it's not by email or trackable. It's not on video. So we can take positive, negative, any other criticism, suggestions, ideas. That way, we also have put up a whiteboard in the hallway where anyone at any time can come up and leave messages. And it's not just, it's bi-directional. It's not just from command staff to the staff. That's one portion of it. The other is from staff or anyone else that wants to write something up, a simple question, what about this? Or can we try that? And we answer it. And then we just keep adding to it. And then when it's full with that, or something's already a little bit more old on that message, we'll erase and continue on. But it's keeping the lines of communications open. We've also had much more meetings and face-to-face opportunities to say, hey, look, we're in a team environment. It takes all of us to try and get through some of our tough times that we're dealing with. So quite a few improvements on it. Not one is a major new thing, but it's a bunch of little things, and we're actually getting word out and face-to-face where people are starting to understand more instead of feeling in the dark or waiting to see it in a BoCC meeting or in the newspaper.
And each division has started doing like a pass on email. We didn't ever used to do that. So investigations was in the dark on what the jail was doing, or vice versa, patrol to detentions. So now detentions does a daily pass on, or a weekly pass on, sorry, that goes out to each division and not just the commanders or sergeants. It goes to everybody. So
break in a second. Peter, I don't think we said the magic words. I know I didn't when I came back in here, that we have returned from executive session and no written minutes were kept.
Okay.
And no decisions were made. And sorry to break into this, I'm interrupting what we're currently talking about.
Please.
Those are magic words we're supposed to say whenever we come out of executive session. My responsibility, I forgot. And we just jumped right into the conversation with Under Sheriff Stein and
thank you. Beth will
Captain
reflect
Marquardt.
in the minutes that we did come out when we started back with regular session. Thank you
Okay.
for bringing that up. I didn't catch it.
Okay, sorry. Now, where were you? Now,
That's all right. Any other questions before I jump into I'll read just more for the record than the mission, vision, value, but were any other questions on some of the recommendations portions prior, slide 4, basically.
Yeah, the investigations recommendation, I haven't had a chance to review that, but was that recommendation it was to reduce FTEs, was it to go to 1 or 2?
So it's actually the lieutenant being moved over to patrol.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought I saw in the notes, I'm not reading it in this recommendation, it must be in the analysis portion, that there were 3 investigators that had shared between them 9 cases. And that's pretty far below industry standard in terms of caseload.
Correct. And prior to my arrival, but I'm knowledgeable on it and chime in if you have more additional knowledge. At the time, Sheriff Rick Albers had told me that they had reduced one of the FTEs and moved it to patrol. I technically can't find that in patrol, to be honest with you. We've had some discussion on our FTEs, if that was included or not, or where that went, but that was one of them. So they then had 2 investigators and a lieutenant. And later on, the lieutenant would go over to patrol where it was much more useful, valuable in assisting with patrol. Well, he already does and has been, but the way the organizational chart shows him separate from patrol kind of made a little bit of a difference and a misnomer in it.
And we haven't had 3 investigators in quite some time.
Yes, that
And we
third
haven't been trying to hire,
investigator.
it's not-
On a second ago.
The KRW report.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That third investigator, he left for another agency back in 2021 or early 22.
It's been a while and we never filled it.
And then
And we
Yeah,
haven't
we
been
did
trying to
not.
fill it or anything like that. Yeah, it's been.
No.
I see it's not in your chart anymore.
Not at all. No, we have 2 full-time detectives, but investigators and then the lieutenant.
Okay.
So moving on to, it's slide 5, but mission, vision, value. The mission statement of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office is the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office will provide efficient public safety and effective constitutionally based law enforcement community services. Anything less will not be acceptable. The vision of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office will be a leading public safety organization, a department of excellence, and a partner in the community, all while accountable to public trust. Value statement is from RISE. The values of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office will always utilize our values to rise up to the challenges brought forth. And RISE is an acronym for respect, integrity, service, and excellence. And as we broke each and every one of those down in a definition to make it a little bit more internal as well as external, we included on respect that everyone at the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office shares in the value and recognition that all people are to be treated respectfully and equally. We also hold valuable our integrity, and each member has a solemn commitment to maintain the highest levels of personal and organizational integrity. Our service, we are honored to serve our community and to do so as a team. No single department member can do their job without unwavering assistance from other members. Together, we accomplish more than a group of individuals working alone. Lastly is excellence. We strive to do our very best in every aspect of our operations, providing exceptional service to the community and dedicated to nothing less than striving to achieve excellence. So that statement was brought forth again from multiple organizations and other law enforcement and so forth, but also International Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as CSOC, our County Sheriffs of Colorado. We obtained different statements and information and started bringing everything together to not reinvent the wheel, but make it more to our local internal organization as well as to our community. So that way we are learning something, we're keeping our values, our statements, as well as putting out messages externally that we are holding each other accountable, but also serving the public with our highest utmost integrity, honor, and service to the community. Following up on some of the other changes we made from the KRW assessment was digitizing records. In a previous BoCC, I had advised we'd already canceled RMI, the Rocky Mountain group that was we had previously in years used to scan records at a high cost, but we were paying a monthly, which averaged about 15,000 annual in cost just to hold and store digital records. I had canceled it prior to a prior BoCC. That is complete. At that last BoCC meeting on our update, we had not received the documents. We are now in possession of all of our documents, searchable and in our own possession. So we are not spending $1,500 a month for housing digital records, let alone limited access to them. So we're back in a better spot. We are also taking the steps forward as time allows. And honestly, you've seen some of the overtime with our records division. We've got a records division of 1. As things become available, we're scanning in some of our old past tense records that are high in priority and value. As we make changes and go through the JeffCom transition and so forth, we'll be better at digitizing. Current practice is we are almost 100% digital in patrol. We still have some forms that are required for out in the field that we bring back and scan in. Voluntary statements, tow reports, things like that. But our records itself are almost digital there. Whereas in detentions, they are 100% digital. So we are getting better at digital records and retention. And discussing how we can continue to improve this while also taking care of the 4 Connex containers that are out in the backfield parking lot, the north parking lot, that we need to address and scan.
Is the time gonna come where those records are old enough that they can be put in the hot file?
Some of them, but not all. So we actually have a retentions record policy that we are currently internally discussing, and I'll need to speak with county attorney in the future. It has been brought up that in the past, we didn't scan and hold as many records as we should have digitally, employee files, some other stuff. But there's not only those that need to be brought in digital and then kept for so many years after the existence of the employee. We have records in our Connex container that are original, say homicide or sex assault, domestic violence, other reports that some of them, even some of the frauds, are eternal. We're supposed to keep them for eternity. Other ones, absolutely, it's an information report, no crime. We could actually just toss those. But it takes the time to go through and separate each one of those. And when everything's just in the Connex container, we'll have to pull it out and look at every single document and determine at that point what needs to be scanned, what needs to be destroyed. So that will take quite a bit of time, but we are getting there. At least our current practice right now is everything's going digital and we're maintaining that. We will have to look at our retention policy on certain other things. One of our current policies was probably a prior knee-jerk reaction of how do we have time to determine what to do with every record? But our current digital policy states that all digital records are kept for eternity. Well, that gets into emails and things that we're already talking. We should be looking at a better practice, 2 years and so forth. So we probably need to revamp that and also then find a way to say, this email is important because it involved a death investigation or some other fraud or sex assault. But the other ones that are just our internal documentations of back and forth, hey, who's covering this shift or whatever else, those do not need to be kept for eternity. That way we can also maintain and better prioritize our use of rack space, digital space, storage, and so forth. Emergency Operations Center is just another update. Prior BoCC update was we were in the process of moving and the Emergency Operations Center was being built out at the time. It is built out. We still have some minor improvements and I need to double check if and you may be a little bit more voice on it, if CCFA and the county has entered into any other written agreements or not. But for the actual facility, the space itself, all of the equipment was installed and I included a couple of pictures from the test run when there was a drill. Office of Emergency Management put forth the exercise for a takeover of our digital records and facility and infrastructure. Jail upgrades will be the final portion and talking about some ARPA funds. So before we jump in on that one, any other questions on updates from KRW so I don't move too fast?
No, not at this time. When I saw this in the packet, I told myself I needed to go reread the KRW report and I have not completed that exercise. So I'll reach out to you if other stuff comes up.
Please, always open to answer any questions and provide information. Moving on to the ARPA funds. Previously, there were 200,000 set aside. We've spent approximately 22,000 in the actual portion of upgrades for some valves, flush valves and so forth with the toilets. An additional 18,000 was for some of the parts that was part of Blue Sky. So we have a large amount of parts that are sitting that we will be using for additional upgrades. But that leaves the other 150,000. So 50,000 spent to date, 150,000 still set aside in ARPA. So as the command staff and detentions went through to prioritize, they came up with a list and some dollar amounts, and I'll pass the buck to resident expert Lieutenant Seth Marquardt.
Yeah, so I guess just to get started, what are your guys' questions on the ARPA funds? Anything on how they've previously been spent, or when you read, I mean, this is a pretty brief, obviously one slide on the ARPA funds.
I did have a question. My understanding was before we start talking about spending ARPA money, that there had been a prepayment to one of the plumbing contractors. I want to say it was like 30 grand.
It was what he mentioned, Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
Did we get it back?
We did not, no. So I'll revisit some of that and explain what happened. There was a original purchase order presented and signed off on. And in the contract, it was, this is a specialty equipment needed to be purchased and paid for upfront. Half of that contract was paid up front. The other half was going to be as they came out and performed services. They ordered the parts. Apparently, the first order was incorrect, so they didn't bill us for it. And then they ordered additional new toilet structures and equipment and so forth. That arrived. They tried coming back out and saying, well, we still need another 6 months or longer before we can install all of this because more parts are coming in, supply chain, so forth. Somewhere it got canceled. And while we had all of the parts sitting in outside, they never showed back up. And we spoke with county manager and county attorney on what was best practice because they kept billing saying, we've performed so many hours to get the equipment up there and y'all have all of the equipment, but we haven't been paid and it was canceled.
So we paid them half.
So we
have
paid them
I don't
just
think it
over,
was quite half.
It was canceled by us or canceled by them?
canceled by us.
So when we got that Blue Sky, basically estimate from them, it was, I don't remember the dollar amount, but it was right around maybe 200,000. It was very, very high. That's when we came, got the approval with the ARPA funds. When we went through all these different headaches, they showed up one time in our Eagle pod. They left in the middle of the day, said they were going to lunch, never showed up the rest of the day. So they ended up leaving Eagle pod in much worse condition than it was previously. So we ended up having to shut that pod down. It was shut down for, I would say, close to a year because we were dealing with Blue Sky. 6 months after they did that initial, like came here for half a day. We worked some stuff out where they're like, okay, we're going to be there. We have the correct parts. They showed up, dropped off all the parts, started in the Eagle again, got some toilets remounted to the wall. And then once again, they were there for maybe 6 hours, said, we got some things to finish up in Eagle. We'll be back tomorrow. Took our radios and our ID badges, never showed up again. It took weeks of like playing phone tag of trying to get the crew that showed up to get any kind of answers. The lady we talked to at Blue Sky was like, well, they're on another job. I'll have them return your call. Never got anything. And it got to a point that pod shut down for almost a year where we're like, we got to come up with other options. So that's when we started looking elsewhere. The plumber that we currently use came in, did kind of a re-evaluation of the whole thing. And was like, so Blue Sky said, you need new toilet fixtures, you need new internal plumbing, all these things. The plumber that came in said, you don't need anything with new fixtures, which is the parts that they already dropped off and left in our garage. All you need is new, what he calls our flush valves. He's like the fixtures themselves, those have really nothing to do with any of the issues. So he came in, gave us a new quote, and it was like a quarter of what Blue Sky quoted us. So we were like, well, I mean, he's able to get us up and running. When he came in, the plumbing work that Blue Sky had done, he had to completely redo the internal plumbing, like the P-traps and stuff. They were not like epoxied properly. They're all leaking into the walls and all sorts of issues. So he had to completely redo what Blue Sky had come in and done in the day that they had been there. And then it just got into this the battle with Blue Sky of we've moved on from you. And we had signed this contract, which like he said, we've been in contact with the county attorney and stuff about, and it was, they were under the impression we still owed them more money. But it was just a nightmare and we couldn't use up to 20 beds for a year, which was our minimum security pod, which without being able to use that, you got to put people that classify as minimum security in with potential federal inmates or other people that don't classify to the level that they should be in, which it results in a liability for us, right? So that's just a snowball effect of like having to shut down a pod like that does.
Okay. Does that, Sean, does that?
I mean, it's troubling, disappointing, but
it was.
It is. And unfortunately, looking at, they received $30,669.10 from the county. Original invoice from them was for their project was estimated to be $37,065. We still have 6 toilets sitting out and back. So if we ever do need to replace or expand or make any other changes, we've got stainless steel toilets and a bunch of other parts, and we're trying to slowly use some of those.
far as the, I don't know if anything else on the blue sky or the flush valves. The additional things we have in here, like the repainting of pods and stuff, while that seems minimum, we've had Boulder done, and a lot of times we use inmate workers for those projects. But that comes and goes with the quality of inmate work you have and their ability to do that kind of stuff, right? So, and then they do a partial job on it, right? So the thought of if there's funding there to be able to do something like that and give it a little bit of a facelift, that helps with, as silly as it may sound, the inmates' mental health, right? When they're in the pods and the paint's coming off the walls and there's no paint on the floors, they're already in a hard spot. So giving it a small facelift and repainting the walls or having plumbing that works, having these guys that are in these cells for 24 hours a day, that's where they live with no toilet, ends up in use of forces because they get frustrated. So that's, I think we should be cognizant of that. And while the jail I get is not ideal, people are down there. That's where they live. And I think we should take that into consideration. I think that's it on that part.
Floors.
Oh, the floors. That's another thing. In the past, we've had some inmate workers. It's same as painting the walls. We had an inmate worker refinish the floors in the holding cells. And sure, that works. Is it done right? Your guess is as good as mine. If it lasts a year or two, that's for us, that's a win. But if there's money there and we can have it done properly and it lasts 5 to 10 years, that's ideal for us. And we don't have to use our inmate workers and we're not trying to redo it because that stuff's not cheap. Even when we have our inmate workers do it, well, it's in a way free labor. It doesn't last. And we got to spend that same money on it in another year to 2 years. The kitchen refrigerator, I think it has been mentioned that maybe by you, George, that you guys didn't have any record of somebody coming in and actually maintaining the refrigerator and that you guys weren't aware of that issue. I think that was brought up maybe in our last meeting. Hawkins is the company that routinely comes in and maintains those. And when there's issues, come in and do repairs on those. And Stephanie, our kitchen manager, has stated they've been in numerous times to replace this kitchen refrigerator. And obviously that's her being our only kitchen staff. There's enough stress on her. So when her refrigerators or stove, stuff like that is failing, I mean, if she leaves, that's a huge issue for us because then we're looking at contracting out kitchen work and we've gone down that road and that is significantly more expensive than Stephanie. That's another one of those positions similar to the nursing staff. It's if Stephanie leaves, it's hard to replace that person. It's not just we'll advertise it and we'll get another local person in. We've tried that. They last a couple months. They don't know the environment they're getting into, the population they're working with. And it's a stressful position. So
that was the previous position that we had open. So last year at the end of budgeting, that was one of the FTEs we cut because it had been open for over a year, if not multiple years, and unfilled. So,
and when we did fill it, it was maybe 6 months at a time with random halfway qualified candidates from the county because nobody's going to come from the city to work in the kitchen. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it.
So lastly, the only other part is revisiting, finishing off the showers, the toilets and so forth.
Yeah, sorry.
The current plumber estimated it to be $102,000 project for total, but that is well above something where we need to RFP it, have someone come in, relook at everything and submit a RFP, a proposal on what they feel is best. And then we will be in a better position to advise the board of what the total dollar is. But since we did receive an initial estimate from our current plumber, and that's for $102,000, it just gives the gravity of the amount of plumbing we need to continue to fix. That's 5 additional valves, as well as getting into showers and so forth, so we can finish opening up additional cells.
Yeah, and the showers are very dated. The Eagle Pod on the newer revised half of the jail is ADA compliant and is basically up to speed. We don't have anything to do with that, but our 4 main pods, Shoe, Boulder, Delta, Centennial, are very dated showers. They're not ADA compliant. When you step into them, you step like a foot up into them. when you look into the, like the internal parts of them, they're rusting out on the bottoms. In our boulder pod, where you turn it on, it's like a completely cut open, wide open. I've found just in the last month, a couple shanks in there. I wish I could have brought those so you guys could see them. So while it's a small county jail, we still find all sorts of contraband. And although it's just a shower, when it starts breaking down, these are more hiding spots for them to put these different items.
Just this week, we actually found additional hooch and pouches for making inside jail alcohol drinks. And that was in the female pod, but
it was in our
it's-
shoe unit, which is our special housing unit. And right next to the shower, there's probably a 1 by 6 inch, 2-foot hole in the concrete. Used to have a metal grate over it. The concrete, like everything else, broke down. The grate's not there. I've got quotes from our plumber to come up and fix that. Not out of the ARPA funds, just out of our normal maintenance budget. But not only that they hiding stuff in it, if an inmate wants to step into that, that's a huge lawsuit. And we can't shut that pod down. We got it being our special housing unit, the people in there are locked down 23 hours a day, a lot of times. And while we can control that unit, it's, we can't use another pod. We can't just rehouse our people that are on disciplinary or special housing unit for other reasons into general populations. You just can't do it.
So we're slowly, and I hate to use the word chipping away.
Yeah.
Seeing, given that some of these holes were created by inmates chipping away at the walls, besides just some of the previous maintenance wasn't being kept up. But we are slowly chipping away at it through our budget. But being able to use some ARPA funds to get ahead of this and actually really take care of what needs to be done sooner rather than later would be a huge benefit to sheriff's office and people working downstairs, so employees and staff, but also the inmates for better quality. And it's also a reduction of liability to the county.
I see that the 2023 budget has between 3 different line items, about $55,000 for maintenance a year. Just some information for all of us.
Yes, not enough to take care of all of this at once. So this would be in addition to that, because a lot of that that's planned for has been off of prior, just what is typical rotation of maintenance with things failing and breaking.
Even when we replace all the flush valves, that's going to be a revolving door. It's older plumbing. They're gonna have to come in, like we've replaced all the flush valves in Centennial. All of our toilets in Centennial were down last week. The plumber was out this week and got them back up and running. But it's such a fine tune thing. Like even when you replace the guts of all that, they tend to fail every now and then. The stuff that these guys flush down the toilets, you wouldn't believe. And there's things that facilities have created to alleviate that issue, but that's a huge dollar amount, right? Not even a new dollar amount necessarily, but they put basically garbage disposals on toilet fixtures. So when they flush entire apples or their blankets or whatever, it basically grinds it up and it doesn't get into the main plumbing. So there's those options out there, but they're not cheap, unfortunately.
I installed that in Grand County back in approximately 2011 or 12. I could research that dollar, but that's also 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was a huge dollar amount because of the equipment, but also the actual installation of cutting into cement and repiping and plumbing a large portion so that you had multiple grinding machines, like a disposal, but on an industrial level, one for each pod as well as other joint areas. So as someone was brought in to say in booking and whether or not they were not patted down well enough or something was hidden in inappropriate places, but needed to be disposed of or something else, it would grind it up. So you end up talking, it was $500,000 at the time, somewhere in there. And I can't imagine
We've spent
now.
that easily in the last couple of years in plumbing. And the old plumbing would be fine if we weren't flushing these kind of items down, and you can't control what they're flushing. You just can't. They get mad at you and they flush a sheet, right?
Well,
and we have the whole facility flooding at that point, or whatever they decide to do, you just can't control it. So
we also ended up with the issue of, we put in all this nice new equipment to grind it up and all the new plumbing right there. And it creates such pressure further down the line that we were blowing out plumbing elsewhere. So we flooded with sewage, the downstairs sheriff's office, which was investigations, patrol room and other stuff. Different scenario, but still similar incidents that occurred with old plumbing from a facility. Grand County's was built in 1983. So anyway, 30 years later, upgrades.
So let me make sure I have this right. You already spent 50,000, another 20 for the remaining 5 valves, 102,000 for the ADA compliant showers, 560 and 10. So
197. Yeah. Without the, without the 247 with 50, I think.
Okay, thank you. That's, I was just trying to wrap my head around the arithmetic.
I did it a little while ago. I wasn't that quick, honestly.
257,000 of an ARPA request. Knowing that, I assume you'd like kind of a heads up if we're not gonna approve 100,000 for ADA showers, then you wouldn't go through the RFP process. I imagine that's your intent.
That's correct, sir. Yes. Yeah, being a workshop and direction, we'd like to have a little bit more time to start working on this and get the RFP, get the processes going. And it gives us an opportunity to start looking. We've already submitted our information for budget of next year, but what can we start again chipping away at in current as well as next year if we don't have any success with ARPA?
If these repairs are completed, obviously it's not gonna, it's not gonna be a shiny new jail. There's probably a bigger list of needed repairs. My question is.
Not to interrupt, can I interrupt you for a second? Honestly, the jail downstairs, I've been to a whole bunch of jails, right? Our jail, other than the plumbing issues, is not a bad jail. Like the layout of it is not ideal. We have a lot of issues with the layout of it, which creates staffing issues, but overall the condition of the jail, while the concrete and stuff breaks down, if the plumbing was fixed, I would say that has the biggest drag on the inmates. And really the overall, like the paint and the cleaner facilities, they obviously don't maintain that, a lot of them. Some of them do, some of them recognize that's where they live and they take care of it. But I mean, if we could get the plumbing situation figured out and stay on top of it, like I said, that's a revolving door that we're always going to have to be putting money into the plumbing, just like anything that fails. I think that would be a huge step for us in the right direction.
I have a question. It's kind of off the beaten path a little bit, but how many jails, you said you've been in a lot of jails, I presume you have as well. How many jails have windows?
I mean, all the jails are above ground.
All except for this one.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of our 5 pods have windows. The inmate worker pods have windows. Boulders, and come down and check it out. Boulder, Centennial, they all have windows. Are they great views? No. Do sunlight come in them? Yes. Our Eagle pod is the only pod without any windows.
Any windows, other than indoor rec room, but that's indoor recreation. No one's housed inside there. Our booking area is a little different, but that's also an internal booking. It's not housing or anything long-term.
I mean, we have, to Randy's point, I mean, we were, part of the recommendations in the KRW report were to look at the jail. And we had initially directed our staff to do an RFP and get that done, and decided not to this year because the state of Colorado is doing their jail standards commission. And we thought it would be better to try to, evaluate a facility against those standards. I don't see anything in here that I mean, I don't see anything in here that would change, I can imagine, with those standards. But things like having windows is a bigger thing. So, and I will just, this is also kind of a right-hand turn, but have you guys signed the contract for you have a jail assessment pending or something that I saw reference to?
Yes, we were awarded getting a study done. It's a free study. And we haven't gotten very far in it other than trying to get people together on how we're going to proceed next with that. That's the National Institute of Corrections that is willing to send people out and use this as one of their free studies that they do each year to get a gauge of what's happening. So Captain Lucas had submitted that, I believe approximately June, maybe a little bit before of this year, and just received the award back. And So we haven't started anything other than trying to get some stakeholders involved. And then also we need to get the actual contract to make sure what they've stated is truly free and what they're doing with it so that we can protect our own values and interests and get it through county attorney, manager, and everyone else.
Yeah, I would encourage you to
Take place in maybe April or March. They gave us a couple timelines. They're like, we could do it in November, which we can't organize that in 1 month. So, or an April or March timeline. So that was kind of what we went with. Give us some time to get our ducks in a row on that.
I think that's a great timeline because by then, even now, I think the recommendations
should be
the jail standards are, I think they're not set in stone because they've been passed by the legislature, but the recommendations are there.
Yeah.
So anyway,
correct.
Thank you for that information. With respect to this request, the piece of information that I really need to understand is, and I don't know if you guys have it today, I sent you an email this morning.
Yes.
Like, I think part of the reason the board has been hesitant is because we're not sure, we haven't been persuaded that all the pods need to be open. And there's like this ongoing conversation about the Marshall program and whether we think the Marshall program should continue and the analysis of that program. And like, so it kind of fits into this bigger conversation. Is this, which pods are currently housing inmates? How many pods do you need to house just our local inmates? Like, that's the kind of information that would be helpful for me.
Sure. So currently every pod is being utilized.
Yes.
Like I said, a week ago, we had to shut Centennial down because we had one working toilet. And we moved all the females into a different unit because Centennial pod is our female unit right now. We currently only have, I think, like 14 or 15 feds. That could be off a little bit. It fluctuates. But even if you get rid of those feds, you're going to have separation issues, especially with locals that are frequent, right? They don't get along. You have to have, and when there's assaults in there or any kind of disagreement, you have to be able to separate these individuals. And the more we tie our hands, the less places we have to move them and separate them to resolve any further conflict. That does come into play a lot with the feds. They come with a laundry list of separatees. They try not to send us into other individuals that they can't be in contact with or along the same case or whatever that is. But even with county inmates, obviously we have to have a female unit. With one, when there's an assault in there, we have nowhere to separate them other than to take one out of that pod and put them into a holding cell. And a holding cell is a 10 by 10 square concrete thing. So to separate them because of a disagreement and to discipline somebody and put them into that cell for 23 hours a day, and give them the option to go down to indoor rec or something for an hour, while it's feasible, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
Right. And
It's not.
right. They're still human, right? 100%. And if we have a pre-allegation, there's like, our hands are tied. You have to separate them and put them in different locations until that investigation is complete. So there's 100 different circumstances that can take place where we have to separate individuals, and we have to have room to put them. So really 4 pods, we can't use our inmate worker pod, right? We can't use, to separate
Minimum
people,
security.
like, certain people qualify for inmate worker pods. So that's kind of its own group. We can't utilize that. We can't really move people and separate them into our SHU unit because a lot of time it's not disciplinary. If it's a pre-allegation, you can't put them on a 23-in-1 lockdown. There's certain criteria that they have to meet to be put into our SHU unit. So that takes that out of play. We can't move individuals into that pod. So really between Eagle, Boulder, and Delta are only 3 units where we can separate individuals when they need to be separated. So even with a small population, if it's just county inmates, we're still gonna have those issues. Because our feds aren't the only people that fight each other. Our county inmates fight each other. Our feds aren't the only people that make hooch. Our feds aren't the only people that make shanks. That's just the reality of it. So.
In fact, we have more issues with our local inmate population than the federal. The federal come in after being housed elsewhere. They've already seen medical. They've already been through some standards and other facilities. Whereas local, it's more of a immediate, whether or not it's an arrest or recent incident where the warrant came out or they're sentenced. But they haven't been through other facilities. They haven't had other prior experiences typically. And so it's a little bit more stressful. And those that are coming off of drugs or any other stuff make it much more of a threat to the facility and the population because of addictions and so forth. So they really strive hard to bring in narcotics. Just within this last month, we've had cocaine, fentanyl, and meth located inside the jail. We've had shanks and now just this week hooch. It's not an unheard of problem throughout facilities.
It's actually a growing issue across.
But it is growing. And so that's why we keep separating people. Plus our local population, we have relatives. We've recently had to deal with a son and a father that were inside and we couldn't, as co-defendants and everything else, have them have any interaction. So we made sure that we keep people in safe locations, but separated. So to the point on some of this with the maintenance and the request on funds to kind of redirect back to it. These are much more of maintenance and continuing operations, regardless of what some of the new recommendations may be. Those recommendations, by the time they come out next year, hopefully there's dollars attached to it and we can lobby for some of that. If not, then we need to start looking at what is the next best practice, but we're talking at least a year from now. Granted, some of these fixes will last much longer than that. The plumbing replacements will last much longer. Flooring, properly applied epoxy flooring should average 10 to 20 years. So again, now we're going to talk, do we go cheap and just buy the materials and have some of our inmate workers do this? Or do we appropriately and properly really maintain the floor by one, prepping it for the epoxy and getting it cleaned or scraped? There's different ways to do that and then applying it. So that's the difference in cost and where we're looking. Do we actually go and just use some of our basic funds to get a few of these things done? And we're trying to hold back the inevitable of sooner or later, we've got to spend some serious time and dollars to get ahead of this. Or do we have an opportunity right now to seize it and do what's best practice with ARPA funds?
That answered your question.
I mean, what I hear you saying is that you need all 5 pods. Whether there's a federal inmate program or not.
Correct.
That's accurate, yeah.
But we would be able to bring in more federal inmates. That is also a true statement that we can bring in some more to help offset some costs. If not, get ahead of it. That is an open discussion that will be better answered once we have this assessment from the National Institute of Corrections next year. But for now, if we can get more in and help bring in some additional dollars, that would be beneficial.
If I could just add to that, we don't agree, but we don't believe the Fed program is paying for itself. That's our analysis. And I recognize we don't have agreement there, but we believe the
So you
Fed.
think more feds, more losses?
Yes, we believe more feds, more budget strength based on our analysis.
Yeah, I've been saying that since actually before I was elected the first time in 2000. I think I was saying it back in 2012 was that what I perceive some of those need your signature still, George. The two big thick ones don't. I saw the presentation. I remember when Sean and I briefly, when we first got in that, where they put the numbers up there. And what it's able to show is that you make money off of the prisoners. But what I looked at was our cost per prisoner and our reimbursement costs from the federal government. And reimbursement costs from the federal government was less than our cost to house the prisoners, which means you're losing $1 on every sale and making it up on volume. But once you've built a facility that's large enough to handle everybody and you put a staff together that's required for that facility, regardless of the number of people that are in it, because the layout and size of the facility, now you're kind of like painted in a corner. You're kind of trapped. So the answer is yes. When we have the potential for income, we have the potential for our revenues overall or for our net to go down and get worse when we don't have the federal money coming in. But the catch is that we're saddled with this elephant. We got to feed constantly. And if we reach the point that this jail has reached its useful life for various reasons, the conditions of the jail in general, what jail standards are today, the new laws coming out, what it's costing us to maintain this facility, then we have to start thinking about those other options like either outsourcing jail to somewhere else as some people come together, like multiple counties have a single jail, or you have a facility that you do something like that. Or if we do build a jail, if we do have a jail, maybe it needs to be built to modern state-of-the-art standards. It's going to have lower maintenance costs and also be of a size and a staffing that's less because we sized it to our actual population rather than trying to get into the almost like getting into the private prison business. You know, it's like, what we're really doing is contractors to the federal government right now. That's seems like more of our incarceration is playing contractor from, you know, we're providing prison space to the federal government. And we're providing it honestly at a loss if we look at it on a per unit basis. So, you know, if we're able to break even and simplify our operations by having something that was updated, that's just one of so that's why we talk about these, for me at least. I can't speak for the other two guys, but for me, that's why I talk about I want to talk about all the different options that are in front of us, whether it's trying to remodel this jail, whether it's trying to build a new jail, whether it's trying to build a new jail in conjunction with a couple of other counties around us, or whether it's to join in with somebody that's already got one that's got excess capacity and wants to take our people. And there are advantages to having a jail in your own community, because if you're only serving your own population, then you have the opportunity to maintain socialization within families and stuff like that due to proximity. So I realize there's a lot of things to talk about, but you know, as a construction guy, my gut feeling, having done jail inspections down there, is at some point we're reaching the point where we're throwing good money after bad.
Yes.
And yeah, you know, we just keep remodeling a basement to try to get by.
Right. And these remodels are really not so much as a improvement or any upgrades. It's maintaining where we're at. The upgrade would be to ADA compliant showers. That's huge, but also minimal in the scheme. We're not rebuilding the jail. We're not breaking out walls or expansion or anything else. The NIC study is going to be very valuable in us getting a better understanding of current and future needs, practices, best practices, and so forth. It's just trying to not put too much of the cart before the horse or a crystal ball right now. We're looking at maintenance and fixing our current facility. Regardless of the number of feds, we still need the same pods. We still need to maintain our current infrastructure and facility while we work on what is the next step.
Yeah, and I guess my point is that a lot of how that plays out when you try to work the logistics of it is based on the facility that we have.
Yes.
And that presents some of our problems and limitations.
Yes.
Agreed. Question about the Marshall program. When's the last time that we changed we negotiated for what the reimbursement is?
Per diem of it?
Yeah.
Last month.
The reason why I asked
Very
is
recently.
in one of our neighboring counties, I connected with at a CCI meeting. I think it was over the summer, and it seems like they had a much better deal with the feds than we did.
So we recently just did that, and we successfully negotiated $100 per diem plus an increased hourly rate for transports and other costs. But the $100,
I think.
correct, the $100 puts us at the top in the state. So we are at the higher dollar amount.
Okay, good. Good work.
So, well, and it's good, but the jury's still out. Whether or not we are offsetting costs, and I use that as a more realistic term right now, since we don't know if we're profiting or still losing, but at least we are offsetting some costs right now with a higher dollar amount.
We're losing $17 a day less per person.
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
I think they're looking for direction on ARPA funding.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, County Manager, we are. Just a direction. Should we move forward to RFP because it starts involving additional practice and staff?
I think it would be helpful for us to know what we're specifically funding. I'm not looking at the list that you've been looking at, but I heard painting of pods for floors and holding cells, kitchen, refrigerator, showers, toilets.
I saw that if you total it up.
I see a total of 247 if you include the cost of the project are currently at 50,000. Is that money already spent?
That has already been spent. So we are asking for the 150,000. We're actually just a tad over that if we fund all of the projects, but some of that we can offset a little
I see
bit.
197 if you take out the 50. I see 20,000 more, another estimated 20,000 for the remaining 5 valves, 102,000. So that's 122,000. And then we got another 75,000. So that's $197,000. Refrigerator, remaining pods.
That's where we're
paint and and for $102,000 for the other plumbing work down there.
Yeah.
So it's 197.
And we'll take out 20,000, that 20,000 for the remaining 5 is included in that 102. So we're still at 177, 175 off the top of my head, like you were saying. So I think 177 as of 102, yes. So it is over the 150, but again, in direction and where you would like us to go. Because even the flooring is an RFP as well as all of the other plumbing. Once we open it up, we'll have better direction and can come back to the board with the actual dollars and see if we can actually fund it at that point. But direction with this just being a workshop is what I am asking for.
I have a question about the kitchen refrigerator. That was not requested in the next current year budget, next year's budget.
It was. I have actually put it in on this and it's on the unfunded portion.
It's on the unfunded. There's no kitchen refrigerator.
I might have just misspoke. I will find out on the refrigerator, and I have been emailing with my account specialist and I'm trying to get.
The kitchen refrigerator as a request in the budget?
I believe these certain items out of the kitchen are on like a every 4th or 5th year replacement. And I think the kitchen refrigerator may be a year or 2 out. Hopefully I'm not misspeaking on that, but I don't know. I think we put it in here because Stephanie's under the opinion that it won't last until it's to the date it's expected to last, where it's budgeted, if that makes sense.
That does make more sense. I want to make sure I wasn't misspeaking or confused of stove versus refrigerator. One was requested, one wasn't. You're right.
So there's 177,000 in here. How much of that is currently budgeted based on what Brian just said?
Zero.
And then the line items in the proposed budget for maintenance and repairs, that's expected to be funding for unanticipated expenses throughout the year? Is that
correct? When we need them to come out and work on the fridge or any of the stoves or the plumbing issues or whatever the case is, when we need to snake a drain when the jail's flooding, all sorts of stuff comes out of that.
Some of that's, is that the 102,000 you're talking about?
For what part? Sorry. What, his question, I think just out of the next year's.
Right,
or
next year's
the 55,000 that's budgeted for jail maintenance.
I'm looking at their proposed budget.
Proposed budget separate from this.
Dollars for just general maintenance in their proposed budget. Actually, that was in the 20.
102 would be 4 showers and the 5 flush valves are included in that.
So I'm looking at the jail upgrades page right now. And everything on there, nothing on that page is currently budgeted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so just for a reference, on the ARPA list that we gave you, there's 149, 162 left in the original 200 that you had committed towards the jail. So if you approve the 177, it's an additional 27,838 coming out of ARPA.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. I hadn't spotted it.
And adding to expand on that, we're not asking for the exact dollars at this moment because we need to RFP the process and actually get exact dollars. I would like direction to move forward to get those quotes in writing.
And then come back to us.
RFP and then come, yes, Chair.
What I'm hearing is this is another potential 30 from what we conceptually already approved. And we won't necessarily we're not making a commitment. We're basically saying we're open to this. And once we get the RFPs, if the floors turns out to be $1 million instead of 40,000, of course we would say no.
That's what we're hearing.
Yes, correct. Yes.
I'm good with finding out the facts.
I can see myself approving this.
Yeah, one thing I would say, and I've been in this office for almost 7 years now, I have detected a little bit of a positive change when it comes to the stewardship of the jail and like how the employees feel about providing a safe, reasonable place for the people that we house. I didn't feel that way when I started, and we would do our jail inspections and see the same conspicuous, low quality issues inspection after inspection with a little bit of dismissal about, yeah, we're going to get around to this eventually. So I guess what I'm getting to is I like the idea of having a jail that's professional, But I don't ever want to go back to where we were before, where it seemed like we didn't have a sense of stewardship with what we were providing and maintaining it ourselves.
Either the facility or the people.
Right. Now I'm kind of talking about the facility, but yeah.
You mentioned these.
I have an additional comment. I'm looking at the unfunded requests in the 2024 proposed budget. I see on there something that might feel like a higher priority than a long-term fix to the epoxy floors, which is the rec yard.
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree with that? $30,000
Is that the price we put on there? So I have some really good ideas for the rec yard, right? We've had issues with the rec yard for years and years. When Captain Smith was overseeing the jail, he had some pretty intense ideas about expanding the outdoor rec yard, right? And he wanted to like dig half of that hill out there and expand the size of it. Our main issue with running rec is it falls back on staff. When we take people outdoor rec, we have to have at least one deputy up there. Oftentimes we have 2 deputies running the whole jail. So if we take a deputy out of the jail to sit on an hour of outdoor rec, we have 1 person running the entire jail. If courts need something or there's a new intake, now we have to take that 1 person out of the jail and we can't have an unmanned jail. So my idea is how can we make that outdoor rec a spot where we can send inmates up to and not have to send in a deputy up there, because then we can just send them up there like we send them to indoor rec every single day, multiple times a day. So I would like to, and we haven't really had anybody come out and tell us if this is feasible. Right now it's just the fencing, right, all the way around at 360 degrees or whatever. If we can cinder block all the walls up to the top and then keep the top fenced, then you don't have to man that, because they're not going to climb the cinder block wall. There's really no opportunity to break down the fencing. A lot of the shanks that we find in the jail are pieces of fencing that are sharpened, and we assume they come from outdoor rec. Yes, before and after every outdoor rec, we do a walk around, the deputies do. But I mean, there's only so much that you can catch, right? And if there's several people out there, it's hard to keep a good eye on that. So a lot of our issues stem from metal coming from outdoor rec. So if we can do a cinder block, a high enough cinder block wall, same height that it is now, same footprint that it is now, we can save from having to send that deputy up there, sit for an hour. And I don't know how we haven't been sued for not sending people outdoor rec. I really don't. Thank God we haven't, but that's a ticking time bomb in my opinion.
I remember first.
I know, be quiet, but it's the reality of it. I mean, I shouldn't say it out loud, but that's how it is. So
that's why I brought it up, because I agree.
I mean, that is the absolute reality of it. So.
Yeah, I remember my very first jail inspection was going to outdoor rec and seeing a big pile of boxes and asking what they were. And they said, oh, those
weeds growing around.
Garden bed. They were garden beds for those raised garden things for the inmates. And I said, oh, I see they're all just piled up here with a bunch of stuff, dead plants growing out of them, and over in the corner is a junk pile. I said, was that because the inmates weren't interested? And they said, oh no, the inmates loved it. It was just the guards that said it was too big of a pain to have to bring them up to do that and watch them doing it.
Right, because when we implemented that program, we had a programs director that did that constantly, and he was responsible for that program. It was a great program. I don't disagree with that at all. But when that program coordinator left, now that responsibility falls on the deputy, which as much as we can deter having to take a deputy, one of the 2 or one of the 3 that we have on a shift out of the jail is what we're going to have to do, because we always have to take them to court. I mean, we have to leave the jails for all sorts of different reasons, but very close proximity. So we like to eliminate that as much as possible.
So, I mean, I think this $30,000 estimate probably doesn't involve the cinder block concept.
No, in fact, I'm going through emails. That 30,000 is additional upgrades, repairs, and a camera out there, it appears, that keeps coming forward from prior years and has been delayed. It looks like I submitted to Maria on the CIP plan for 100,000 for reworking the rec yard. I'm trying to pull up that exact email as I'm searching hers.
We've never had anybody come out and give us even close to
those were
decent, accurate number on that.
So, I mean, I think it's the unfunded request 25.
Right, it's 30.
Right. On the CIP, I think next year is 100 or the year after. I'm trying to.
Not next fiscal year.
Correct. So 25.
So I think, I mean, just to kind of draw a conclusion here, I would love to see, I would rather see us work on the rec yard.
I'm with you.
Than work on the floors. I agree with the paint. I agree with the showers. I don't know if especially if you agree, I would encourage that as an ARPA request over. I mean, I understand a long-term floor treatment is probably a long-term cost saving measure.
Look, as far as the inmates' mental health, outdoor rec is going to benefit them much more than repainted floors.
Yeah, that's
right.
What I'm hearing.
And that's a fact for sure.
That's the last time the floors were done.
So I'm trying to remember when it was, we had the heating elements in the floor go out and we had to have all them replaced, and it's all the piping in the floor. They dug it up, and I think after that, we just painted them.
It was,
and
that's correct.
as much as the foot traffic on it just breaks it down. And that's one of those things,
How
like,
long was that?
I want to say maybe 8 to 10 years, maybe 8 years ago, they replaced that heating element in the floor. I would have to look back.
Yeah,
on that.
when Captain Lucas and I were talking about prior and what's going on with the floor and filling in all the cracks and so forth, that's from the prior project, and it was estimated 13, 14 right in there. So right.
We were talking a little bit ago about
8 to 10.
Some block walls and some major rework of the rec, and you said you threw out a number that was like 100. Well, you got a number in there that's 30 right now already. So that is unbudgeted at this moment in time.
Don't worry about it.
And then you got these epoxy floors at 60. So if you pull that 60 out, throw the 30 in,
We're up to
you're looking at pretty close to that $100,000. And then rather than say, well, here's our list of stuff to get for that, rethink about what you could do with that money, and we could be in just about the same place we are right now or close to it. But with a potentially a vastly reworked rec yard. And I understand the security issue, people are going to practice to make it, people will practice rock climbing.
Yeah.
Once they're not supervised out there, but anyway.
So, yeah, I think, I mean, that's my only other thing that I wanted to bring up. And it's because I spotted it because it was a stove conversation.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it was on the priority because we've talked about that so long, I didn't think it was a reality. So if it is, between that and the showers would be my top 2 priorities to try and get addressed.
Makes sense to me too.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing, go off and get expenses and bring that back to you, and we'll make an ultimate decision then.
Yeah, I would say get the RFP on the floor too.
Yeah.
So we.
Yeah, we can get an RFP on all of it that we're looking at. And
I do have one question. That walk-in freezer and refrigerator are 2 different things?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the stove of 20,000, that's different than.
The refrigerator we're talking about is located within the kitchen in the jail. The walk-in is up in where they keep all the food. Yeah. That was recently repurchased, I think 10 years ago or something.
2019.
Yeah.
Oh, that recent. Time flies.
Okay. Well, there they are. There's
Our marching orders get some.
yeah,
Yes. Then we'll bring the dollar amounts back for further discussion.
right. More detail. Confirm numbers and what your thoughts are on what to do with the rec yard as an alternative to the epoxy floors. And what the implications there are. It sounds like I was not thinking completely clearly because $30,000 was unfunded. There's 60,000 that would come out of epoxy floors if you did nothing. My guess is the epoxy floor thing would turn into some floor maintenance, so a piece of that would get spent fixing some of the patched areas that are painted over now. And it could be a new coat of paint on the floor or something. I don't know what it turns out to be, but what would really be happening is if you were to try to do the $100,000 job, you'd be looking at about a $40,000 increase over what you just asked for. That 175 would turn into about 215 instead. And I don't know how amenable we are to all of that, but I think I would like to see the whole list, and then maybe it's a shopping list and we pick what's palatable.
Yeah.
At least we'd have firm information to make an educated decision form, very informed. So dollar amounts.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
commissioners. Appreciate it.
It's really nice to have you guys bring
It's nice to be sitting here and letting you know.
and
It really is.
get open with what's going on.
Cool. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So before I say anything else, the next thing is, do we have any further executive session? material?
Yeah, so we need to continue the
what I
the
thought.
last executive session item, so we.
That's what I thought.
Just go
Okay.
back in there.
So I move that once again, we go into executive session for the following purposes.
So this will be pursuant to CRS 246402 and F for the Board of County Commissioners to meet with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to enforcement of county codes, and 2, personnel matters related to staffing and organizational structure to ensure the best code enforcement practices, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Okay, and
Second.
second. Okay, we have motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. George, did I hear you?
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will return to the regular session only for the purpose of adjournment once the executive session is completed and we have completed all of our regular session agenda items for the day.
Okay, you're on.
Yeah, we've completed our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we're adjourned for the day.